be emotional. So be emotional. You can't take credit. You can't speak up. You can't be so ambitious. You can't break records. You can't have any fun. You can't make demands. You can't keep score. You can't stand out. Whatever you do, you can't win.
Basketball player, we found a way to connect outside of the work that we do. You know how much I love sports, and my brain is full of a lot of facts and figures and basically an encyclopedia of women's sports. And I sincerely believe that playing sports growing up has put me on the trajectory of success. It also made me a women's sports activist because I lived the inequality. I saw it all the time. In high school, my high school soccer team was very good. We were ranked 22nd in the nation, and my senior year, there were 11 girls that were signed to play Division I soccer. And even though I grew up in a privileged high school, we had to wear the same uniform as the boys. So the boys would wear the uniforms in the fall, and we would wear them in the spring. And I remember my best guy friend at the time coming up to me and saying, I feel so bad that you have to wear our uniforms because boys are disgusting. And also, not to mention, they were fit to fit the boys. So if I had $1 for every time someone said, you throw like a girl, girls are too weak, they're girly girls, it's a man's game, and they're too weak, fragile, short, and they might break an L, I'd have enough money to buy a cabin in Heber and spend my summers there. Let's just say I've spent a lot of time screaming about the lack of support and respect in girls' sports. Since the passage of Title IX, there has been more than a 1,000% increase in girls' involvement in sports. But despite the growth attributed to Title IX, boys participating in sports at the high school level still exceed girls by more than 1 million. And girls only make up 42% of all high school players. Additionally, 92.7% of universities and colleges aren't compliant with Title IX, and women miss out on more than $1.1 billion in athletic scholarships annually. Nationwide, on the high school level, we would need 539,000 more female student athletes for equity for Title IX. But I'm not going to bore you with the details of the Title IX compliance in sports. But unfortunately, there's also in the state of Utah high schools that are not compliant. Cedar City High School would need to add 54 female athletes for equity, Cypress 69, Delta 92, Wasatch 37, East High School 51, Timpview 103, Skyline 77, Kern 71, Morgan 15, Logan 97, and on and on. But I will say, props to Gunnison, Richfield, Manti, North and South Summit, Panguitch, Rich, Uinta, and Canyon View High School for all passing the parity test. And maybe you're thinking, what does it matter? Maybe they can't find enough girls to play sports. And that might be true, but it does matter because sports can make a huge impact on a young girl's life. In fact, supporting girls in sport directly ties to our portrait of a graduate and our mission and vision of academic excellence. Let me give you some data to prove it. By a 3-to-1 ratio, female athletes do better in school, do not drop out, and have a better chance of getting through college. Young women who play sports are more likely to graduate from high school, have higher grades, and score higher on standardized tests than non-athletes. And this pattern of greater academic achievement is consistent across community income levels. Female athletes are more likely to do well in science classes than their classmates who do not play sports. Female athletes of color consistently benefit from increased academic success. One study showed that female Hispanic athletes were more likely than non-athletes to improve their academic standing, graduate from high school, and attend college. Sports participation has been consistently shown to support all aspects of academic achievement, including positive academic self-concepts, a positive attitude towards schoolwork, improved academic performance, and higher education aspirations and attainment. So, what about their future, the success sequence? Remember Earl? And contributing to the workforce. Well, one study showed that being a high school athlete was associated with a 14% higher wages for women, even when controlling for other factors. High school athletes are less likely to smoke cigarettes or use drugs than their non-athletic peers, and one study showed that female athletes were 29% less likely to smoke than non-athletes. Adolescent female athletes have lower rates of both sexual activity and pregnancy. In fact, female athletes are less than half as likely to become pregnant than their non-athletic peers. And this was true for white, African American, and Latina female athletes. And my favorite fact of all time is that over 90% of female executives of Fortune 500 companies have been athletes, and women who play sports are shown to earn 8% more than those that do not. Because girls who play sports gain higher levels of self-esteem and lower levels of depression to critical workplace skills such as teamwork, goal setting, and the pursuit of excellence. Girls who play sports report better health, body image, popularity, and overall higher quality of life compared to girls that don't play sports. So, if we know all of these benefits and we know about the discrepancies and lack of support for girls in sports, what can we do? Good news, I have some ideas. My quote is, if you can see it, you can be it. We need to increase exposure and opportunities for girls. We need to equally promote all of our sports at our school. We can be an example in our classroom by showing up for games. If you have a poster of LeBron up in your classroom, why not put one up of Asia Wilson or Serena Williams? Let's give our kids exposure to role models. And by the way, this also helps adjust bias and sexism that many young boys grow up having, and we can be example to shift this mindset. And rather than watching some random cornhole tournament that happens to be on ESPN that day, why not find a women's sports game to turn on instead? There's so much evidence that shows that now that women's sports and athletes are getting more exposure, not only are they breaking viewing ratings, they are unbelievably profitable. All of this time, we thought that people just didn't want to watch girls' sports because it wasn't good, but really, they were just battling to be seen. And now that they have the exposure, it is absolutely blowing up. Here's a fun fact. The tickets to the Salt Lake Love volleyball games, the Women's Professional League in Salt Lake City, their tickets are currently going for more than lower bowl jazz tickets. When third grade teachers at New Road School in Santa Monica, California, heard their students say, "You throw like a girl," they presented their class with a short documentary on Monet Davis. Davis was the first female pitcher to earn a win and pitch a shutout in the Little League World Series in 2014. With a 70-mile-per-hour fastball and a curve that froze batters in their cleats, her team's victory over Nashville, she pitched 6 innings and struck out 8 boys. She made the cover of Sports Illustrated and inspired young girls to go beyond the rigid boundaries of gender-appropriate sports. Students from the school wrote Monet about her impact. One student said, "Dear Monet, I saw your video. I thought it was so cool because it gave me the feeling that I can do anything I put my mind to." Let's see more of that. We can also look at our facilities and if there are different playing conditions. If the softball field doesn't have lights, but the baseball field does, that changes scheduling, the ability to finish games, and more. Or are some of our women's fields off-site and the boys' facilities are on-site? We need to look at those ways to provide equipment for girls who can't afford cleats, a racket, or a lacrosse stick. It could be the gateway for a young girl to completely change their trajectory. We need to look at equal provision and maintenance of equipment and supplies, scheduling of games, practice time, equal travel, and per diem expenses, locker rooms, and medical training services and facilities, including publicity and recruiting. And ask, are we doing enough, or do we say, oh, that's just the girls' sports? As adults, parents, and teachers, we can look for ways to engage by attending games and talking to young girls about playing and watching sports. Megan Duggan, 3-time Olympic medalist with the U.S. women's hockey team, said, "Sports are a microcosm of our society at large. So if girls and women are denied opportunities in sports, they are inherently being denied opportunities elsewhere." I really love this call to action from the Women's Sports Foundation. We should continue celebrating and supporting organizations that are increasing access and opportunity and ensuring that girls not only try sport, but try to find confidence, joy, strength, and the sense of belonging that keeps them playing during their growing years and throughout their lifetimes. So, to show you this is true beyond my experience, I brought some coaches here today to give you a short example of how important girls playing sports really is. If I can have Gentry Johnson. She's the vice principal at Harriman High School, and Shaylee Nilsson. She is a teacher at Sky Ridge. Gentry here, she is known by her students as VPJ, And she is a remember, Hart, you'll love this. She was a CTE teacher, and now she's an administrator, right? And she taught at Copper Hills and Mountain Ridge, and now she's at Harriman. She was a softball player at Southern Utah University, and she's coached softball and women's basketball. And then Shaylee is from Delta, Utah, and she teaches PE and health at Skyridge. She played she coached women's basketball at Mazer Prep Academy and played collegiately at Snow College and at Eastern Oregon University. And she's currently the head basketball coach at Skyridge. And then I have online Marianne Allen, whom some of you may know. Used to be on the Wasatch School Board. She has taught social studies and PE in Eden and coached women's and men's soccer. So I'm going to have them give you a little example of to drive in my point here about the importance of girls playing sports. You can press the button there, and when it turns red, yep, it's on.
Oh, very good. Good morning, you guys. Thank you. Again, I'm Gentry Johnson, Vice Principal at Harriman High School. But prior to that, and forever always, I am an athlete. That is who I am. I played volleyball, basketball, and softball in high school and found a lot of success at Hillcrest High. And through all of that, I am who I am today because of the confidence that was instilled in me by playing and being supported at such high levels of sports. Teamwork, perseverance, grit, communication skills. Everything that I am today is because I was an athlete. I am an athlete. And I have felt the love and support by so many people above me. I actually am into education because of connections I made as a female athlete. I was sought out to become an educator. Hey, you would be great in a high school. Have you ever thought of coming back to education? And it's because of the connections that I made. I did coach softball at Copper Hills. We took a state championship. And I will tell you, the stands were hopping. And a lot of those girls kept looking up in the stands just thinking, I can do this. I can do this for my school, for my teammates. And when we won, the crowd erupted, and I have never seen a state championship game like that before. A couple of stories about my girls. I had one who, after she played for me, fell into some suicidal ideation. One day she surprised me in my classroom, brought me a green bag of lifesavers and a note, and just gave me a hug and said, hey, I wanted to bring this to you. She left, and as I read the note, tears just streamed down my face. She said, you are my literal lifesaver. I tried to take my life the other night, but you and your teachings in softball, and that we can do hard things and that we finish what we start, is why I am living today. You popped into my head. Not my mom, not my dad, and not my siblings. You did. Because what we endured together, I know I can persevere and do hard things. I also had another young lady who served an LDS mission and wrote me, this is the hardest thing I have ever done in my life. I've wanted to quit and come home so many times. But the love and support that I know you have and the community at large has behind me, I'm going to stick this out because I know I can. And so that is just a couple of experiences of being a coach and having a direct influence on young ladies. And now these ladies have gone on to now continue on the tradition of we rise above, we can do hard things, we stick it out, we finish what we start, is just a couple examples. And then one, as an administrator, you know, sometimes administrators fall into the disciplinarian role, right? We talk to a lot of students who are struggling and having a hard time. And we are trying to shift that narrative at Harriman High School and trying to expose young ladies to get involved. What are you excited about? What drives you? And one lady last year who was in trouble a lot, we got to know each other very well, had some substance issues on campus, and if she got one more, she was going to probably be removed from our school and not have a place at Harriman High School. This year, she found women's wrestling. And it was just because she connected with the teacher, she connected with the coach, and he invited her. He said, I want you to come out and try this sport with us. And she did it. You guys, and all the kids that kind of fall into the troublemakers, the out-of-classers. Guess who's on the front row supporting their friend? She is making a difference. Women's sports are the game changer. And I am so grateful to have been here to share some of my stories with you today. Thank you for your work. Sarah, thank you for your invitation. And there you have it. Okay.
Right. That was amazing, Jenner. It's a lot to follow. I did have to write mine down because I'm really nervous. This isn't my normal thing. But I'm really, really grateful. I'm like emotional already. Jenner got me crying already. But anyway, let me get going before I cry too much. Thanks for letting me be here. Like Sarah said, I grew up in a small town. I'm from Delta. I had the chance to coach at Mazer Prep, so a really small charter school, which is very different than Skyridge. And I was at Riverton for a minute, and now I'm at Skyridge. Thank you to Mr. Perkins for giving me an opportunity. It was really fun to see a familiar face here. But yeah, so I'm going to, anyway, read my speech because then I won't ramble and cry, hopefully. Because of my background, I had a lot of broad and diverse experiences and perspective on the positive impacts of high school sports that they can have on girls, from small town kids to more academic minded kids who decided to give sports a try for the first time in high school, to kids who their entire lives surround around sports. But regardless of background, talent, or demographics, playing high school sports has countless benefits to young girls. For some, it might be their ticket out, the only way to get to college and accomplish dreams. For others, it might be the only reason they go to school and get good grades. For others, it can be a lifeline by giving them a sense of belonging and purpose, or it could be something as simple as a way to have fun and escape the stress of the world for a bit each day. I've seen all these benefits over the years and I love any chance I have to share why I'm passionate about women's sports. A recent study published by the Girls Index shared these statistics about girls who play high school sports. When compared to girls who do not play sports, female high school athletes are 14% more likely to believe they are smart enough for their dream career, 11% more likely to say they are happy the way they are, and 16% are less likely to want to change their appearance. Girls who play sports report higher levels of confidence at all ages, but in the 12th grade, athletes experience a substantial increase that is not observed in their peer group. Also, girls who play sports have higher opinions of their abilities and competencies, whereas 64% of those who don't play sports reported they are not good at math and science, and 69% say they are just not good at lots of things. This is compared to 36% and 31% respectively of those who do play sports. And lastly, girls who report the highest levels of sadness and depression are 27% less likely to be on a sports team. Now, these are just the numbers from a study that give you a brief look into the benefits of high school sports for females. The really amazing thing is I get to see the human side of these numbers every single day. Not only do I coach, but I also teach at Skyridge, as Sarah mentioned. I teach health and I teach girls fitness and girls weights. So every year I get to see hundreds of teenage girls. I get to see the challenges they face, their social lives, the way they carry themselves, their confidence. And it's amazing what being involved in high school sports do for these girls. One story I'd like to share is about a player I had on my team this year. She recently moved from Utah, moved to Utah, was having a really hard time finding friends, didn't want to go to school, and was just really struggling. So I reached out to her parents to share a little glimpse of what basketball has done for her, and this is what her mom said. Basketball has been more than just a sport for Ava. It has been a source of growth, confidence, and connection. When our family moved to Utah 3 years ago, Ava faced the challenge of starting over. New schools, new environments, and no familiar faces. During that time, her grandparents gifted her a basketball hoop, not knowing it would spark a passion that would shape her journey. While other kids were socializing after school and attending dances, Ava dedicated herself to the game. Spending hours shooting hoops in the backyard, her love for basketball grew so much that she courageously joined the boys' middle school team, one of only 2 girls and the shortest on the roster. Despite the challenges, she worked tirelessly, setting a goal to make the women's sophomore basketball team at Skyridge, a goal she achieved through determination and perseverance. Basketball has given Ava more than just skills on the court. It's provided her with a sense of belonging, incredible mentors, and lifelong friendships. The program at Skyridge High School that she's a part of has helped her find her people and has made her excited to go to school. It has pushed her to learn more about herself, build her confidence, and strive to become the best version of herself. For Ava, basketball has been more than a game. It has been a journey of self-discovery and growth. It has loved her just as much as she has loved it, shaping her into a strong, resilient, passionate young woman. Just to close, this is just one of hundreds of stories I could share. I wish I had all day to tell you stories of all the kids and all the ways it's changed their lives. But coaching is extremely difficult. It takes us away from our families. We're stressed 24/7. And you guys, as educators, you see it, you know how hard it is. But we get the chance to see these kids come in, like, not sure what they are capable of. They're really can be really shy. They are not quite sure if they can do hard things, if they can pass their classes, if they can get through whatever it is they're facing. But we get to see them overcome injury. We get to see them come adversity and loss. We get to see them come together like as they're strangers as they come in, and they leave as family and have these bonds forever. And then we get to go see them go out in the world, like Jenner said, get to go see them serve missions, go be entrepreneurs, be mothers, be amazing things. And most of it is going to come from their experiences in sports, and that's why we do it. We do it for these kids because we know what it did for us, and we get to see what it does for them every single day and for years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Shay. It's so funny. I'm not sure where who has Skyridge in their district, but you guys can stay up here. But you have to see her nervous is so funny to me because you should see her as a coach. It is so intense. And then last we have Marianne Allen.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate the women who have spoke before me. I'm actually going to change my comments a little bit just so that we're not all repeating ourselves, but I will just say that I echo every single thing that has been said so far. For those who do know me, don't know me, my name is Marianne Bialin. I live up in Heber City, Utah. I was on the Wasatch School Board and then the USBA Board of Directors. So I know some of you from my assignments. It's good to see you. It's good to see you there. I appreciate everything you guys do. And I really appreciate Sarah reaching out to me. The first time I met Sarah was actually at a USBA conference, and we bonded quickly over our love of soccer and sports and athletics for women. So I appreciate this opportunity. I'm going to take a little different approach and just give you some personal experiences as an athlete myself and within my own family. My experience with sports started when I was young. I have a mother who was an amazing runner, but she was born in 1940. She's going to be like, you outed me that way, but she was around before Title IX. And the benefits of this legislation. And she was known in her neighborhood as the girl who could beat all the boys. And in fact, other Salt Lake neighborhoods started sending kids to try and beat her. So those were the stories I grew up with listening to, is she's the fastest kid in all the neighborhoods. But she never had opportunities to take that farther. And so then, I have the experiences of my own siblings and watching them as the youngest growing up, and when soccer was still a new thing in the United States. But I watched those examples, and for myself in high school in Colorado, I played, much like the women before me, I played volleyball, basketball, and soccer. So I was a year-round athlete. I had the privilege of coaches who were from the US, but also coaches from Cameroon, Iceland, Morocco, and experiencing them and their cultures and their interactions that have benefited me still to this day, even as a coach, not just as a player. They cared about me as a person on and off the field. I watched friends struggle who were not involved. My high school at the time really struggled with, ironically, teen pregnancy and suicide. And those of us who could participate in sports, I truly believe it made a difference. It changed the outcome of our lives. I know that a lot of statistics have been shared, so I won't share because some of them are similar. But I truly believe that giving girls the opportunity to play sports changes the trajectory of lives. The sports I played are a part of me. The joy, the health, the confidence, the friendships, the empowerment, and the life lessons that I learned are something that are invaluable to me and I carry to this day. It is the reason that I've encouraged my own 3 kids to find a sport that they love and work hard at it. Also, before I was on the school board, I was a teacher in Utah for 6 years, and every year I taught, I coached. Like board member Reels stated, I coached volleyball, basketball, soccer, softball, and then soccer. And there have been a lot of student athletes that I've had the privilege of coaching and seeing them grow as individuals on and off the court. Yes, we had fun. It was great, but also the self-discipline that they learned, the confidence, the self-esteem boost, the empowerment of not just themselves, but then it was reflected and they were able to empower and help others around them. It's inspiring, quite honestly, and I'm still in contact with some of those old students who are now, as been stated, moved on, married, have their own families, and sport is something that we all can come back and have common ground with. Now, when Sarah asked me to do this, I actually reached out to a couple young athletes in my area that I work with. I'm currently coaching a competitive boys team. I've also coached competitive girls teams, but I wanted to reach out and talk to them. And it was interesting because a couple of the girls said it teaches them how they can work through hard things, feel better about themselves, have fun, be active, but also balance things in life. And there was another young lady who said, some people think girls are weak, but in reality, we are so strong. And she's someone who is now taking boxing lessons. I know that's not something we necessarily offer, but it's something about being an athlete that empowers women. And another colleague that I talked to, I feel like said it best. Her name is Ariel Partridge, and I asked for permission to share this. But she was in a conversation with an administrator at one point, and they were pushing back and forth on some decisions being made. And the administrator said, "You're so strong. How did you learn that?" She said, "I looked at him and thought, how do you honestly don't know?" So she said, "Sports. That's how I learned to become strong." She also goes on to say, when it's done right, positive, supportive coaches, sports will unlock confidence the girls never knew they had. When it's done right, sports teach girls how to deal with adversity, success, and failure in a safe space. When it's done right with trained and careful staff, sports teaches them to value the miracle of their bodies, no matter the shape or size, when all the world tells them beauty only fits in one box. When it's done right with supportive administration, school community, and equal budget, sports will show girls that they are equally valuable members of society. So I just want to end with that and say I appreciate all the advancements that Title IX legislation has given us. I look at where my mom was and myself as a 3-sport athlete, then as a coach of athletes, and even now with a 7-year-old daughter coming up, and the progress that we've made. But I think it's great to also acknowledge that there's still progress to be made. There are still steps to be taken to keep supporting these young ladies in their high school sports. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you to my guests and for indulging me in my favorite passion and my favorite area of advocacy. And I really hope that what we can take from this is, what are we doing? Are we doing enough? Is it really equal and fair within our schools, the way that we support our girls' sports? And what can we do to encourage girls to play sports? Because we can see clearly there's a huge benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Reel. We are going to go to employee recognition.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. So continuing on with the strong women theme, I was a teenager in the 70s and I loved sports, and my opportunities were you can be the bat girl or in softball, or you can take care of the equipment, or you can help with stats, or all the things, and I wanted to play. So I just love that our girls have so many opportunities now. But we are recognizing another strong woman, and this is Sarah Wiebke. And Sarah, I hope right now, well, let's see, what time is it in New Zealand? She might be sleeping, but I'm hoping that she's had the opportunity. She had this lifetime trip planned, and hopefully she's been hiking under waterfalls and swimming through caves, and she had a whole list of adventurous things that she was excited to do. But we want to honor her today, and I think this is the first time since we've been doing this in many years that somebody from our Human Resource Department has nominated anyone. And so Sarah Humphreys, who's in the audience, nominated Sarah Wiebke for something that I love so much. She nominated her for demonstrating immense growth in leadership abilities. And Sarah's had the opportunity to watch her and work with her in her role as director for the Center for Continuous Improvement, and indicates that she embodies all the qualities of an exemplary leader and employee. And I have known Sarah, of course, since she came to the office as a specialist, and it's been amazing to watch her just really choose challenges, choose to lean in when something big and hard is there, and she does it with such a positive attitude. I'm going to just name a few things. She has continuously gone above and beyond when it comes to being a leader of her team. That includes her creative and unique ways to lead and the unity and transparency she has formed with her team. She exhibits unwavering professionalism in every interaction, ensuring those around her feel respected and safe at work and in her presence. She can always be relied on to follow up, provide critical insights, and maintain a high level of accountability. Sarah goes on to say that one of the most remarkable aspects of Sarah Wiebke's performance is her growth as a leader. She has cultivated a culture of teamwork, collaboration, and respect, and consistently motivates employees to achieve their best. By mentoring, teaching, and training employees, Sarah ensures everyone on the team has the tools and support they need to succeed. She's deeply customer focused, always prioritizing the needs of both internal and external stakeholders. Her individual initiatives have not only solved immediate challenges, but also created long-lasting improvements to USBE. And I love this part. Sarah's technically my customer, says our HR phenom, but I feel like I'm always learning new and unique ways to be a good leader from her that I can pass on to others. So Sarah she wrote such a beautiful tribute to Sarah that I won't continue to read, but Sarah is really known throughout her agency for being positive, solution-oriented. I can still remember the place she was standing when we got the full-day kindergarten bill passed, and just how elated she was, because she had worked so very hard to make that happen. And it was a new experience for her to be on the Hill and working with our legislators and other stakeholders, and we had the full support of the board. And so we made her our point person to go up, and she loved the process of policy making. She loved being on the Hill, and it was just such a joy to watch her in that moment when there was a unanimous vote for that bill. So Sarah's been a phenomenal leader, and as I'll just end where I started with, she chooses challenges. She chooses to lean in. She chooses to collaborate with everyone, and she's a strong leader. I'm so thrilled for her that she's in New Zealand living her dream, but even more thrilled that we get to work with her every day, because she is just a delight and a lovely human being and an adventurer, and has done some really hard things and faced really hard challenges in her life, but she is so positive, and we're honored to have her as our Employee of the Month. So congratulations to Sarah Wiebke.
Thank you, Superintendent. On to our education highlight.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I'm going to welcome up Milo Mon. Hopefully I said your last name right. Secondary Science Specialist here at USBE. He's going to share some information. I just want to highlight for you all, you received this invite by your chair this morning. It is an invitation to the award ceremony for the Presidential Awards in Excellence in Science and Math Teaching, or PAMST, as we affectionately call it. And so keep that date in mind. We'll have with board leadership's approval, we'll have a hard stop for the May board meeting so that you can all attend that. And we'll learn more about that here. So I'll hand it over to Milo.
Yes, thank you, Kelsey. Yeah, so exciting thing with PAMPS, the 2021 through 2023 awardees was announced back in January, and so we were just wanting to highlight that. A little bit of background about what PAMPS is. PAMPS is an acronym that stands for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. So this is an award that's administered by the White House, and it is the highest award in the land, so to speak, that it highlights STEM teachers, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics teachers in the U.S. And it's, like I said, the highest award that comes through the White House from the U.S. government. And so awardees receive a $10,000 award from the National Science Foundation, a certificate from the President of the United States, a trip to Washington for an award ceremony, professional development activities, and discussions on how to improve STEM education across the United States. And they also join a cohort of currently 5,200 other award-winning teachers from across the nation that's there. The process to be selected as a PAMPS awardee is quite intensive. So first it starts out with an application. Either the nominee can nominate themselves and start the application process, or they can be nominated by someone else. Both me and the science specialist and the math specialist try to work with our people to try to get really high quality applicants to these for this program. The application is a fairly in-depth application that they have to fill out and do. It includes a 30-minute video of them teaching in the classroom, which then gets picked apart by the review committee, but also by the teacher themselves. They have to then submit what the PAMPS refers to as the 5 dimensions of outstanding teaching, and highlight how does their teaching illustrate those 5 dimensions that's there. They have to collect letters of recommendation, have a resume, a lesson plan, reference materials. So it's quite an intensive application process. And then that application goes through a state review. And currently for the 2025 cycle, the math and science teams are reviewing those applications for the 2025 review process. And we'll choose 3 math finalists and 3 science finalists as our state finalists. And that's what the banquet is for that Kelsey mentioned earlier, is where we'll recognize our 3 finalists in math and 3 finalists in science for the PAMPS awardee, as the finalists for the state. And then the state finalists are then sent up to the national level, which they then go through another review process at the national level. And then they'll select the finalists for each state for each year, and then at the White House's decision, they will go ahead and announce the awardees for each of those given years. And so in January, they went ahead and announced 2021, 2022, and the 2023 awardees. They're all at the same time. And so they were trying to catch up on things. And so we want to recognize those people today, and we have them here in the audience, so we'll have them come forward in a second here. But we do have a nice banner that we'll be giving to them, recognizing them, that they can then take to their classroom and have in their school to recognize them as the PAMPS awardee, or not a finalist. Sorry, they are the awardee. Finalists and awardee, that's slightly different things, but they are the finalists for their state. So we have that banner for them. So first up, wrong direction. The 2021 finalists are Todd Vaudry, who is for mathematics, and Matthew Woolley for science. If both of you could come up, and we'd like to invite you to share with us for a second. So we'll have Matt and Todd share with you what this award means to them and potentially their students as well. So, you want to go first? Go for it.
Sure. Okay, so you may notice it's an old picture. They wouldn't take one with a hat, and I just always wear a hat. So I had to use my 2008 photo when I submitted it, so it's been a while. But that was actually me. I want to say I'm honored to be recognized here. this really is the highest award for a math teacher. I know I have pursued this for years and years and years. Some people in the room may know that I used to be in the testing and accountability department here at USBE, and I actually went back to the classroom partially to work on this award because I had to be a classroom teacher. It's a lot of work and apparently a lot of patience. I was the 2001 awardee, and it's been 4 extra years. There's some math skills for you. But it's just such an honor to be recognized as kind of like the math teacher of the year for 2001. And I thank you for bringing me in here to be recognized. And by the way, Mr. Woolley doesn't know this, but he taught 2 of my sisters, and they wanted to know that he was an excellent teacher.
I think we've done some professional development or something together too as well. Yeah, I would just say that it's incredibly humbling to be named as this. I think it says a lot about a little bit about me, but it says a lot about the mentors that I've had throughout my career. It says a lot about my wife, who's sitting back here, who is patient and watches me stay up late grading papers or write lessons or bounce ideas off of her. It says a lot about my parents, who were both educators and taught me about the value of public education. And it says a lot about the two of the things that I'm really passionate about, which is helping kids and teaching science. I love science. I think it's a valuable, an essential part of our society, and I love watching my kids, my students learn about it. I think it says a lot about all the different professional opportunities, professional development opportunities that I've had a chance to participate in. And it's motivating for me to just continue getting better and learning new things and trying new things and make sure that my career is not stagnant. And then I think it says a lot about my students. I teach some of the best students. They're incredible. Board member Davis says I taught her son last year, and he was awesome. And I just have amazing students that make my job a lot of fun and make me continually want to try and do the best I can for them. So anyway, thanks for letting me be here.
All right. So now for the 2022 finalists, we have Stacy Stoker in mathematics and Ashley Hare in science. Come on up.
Hi guys. I'm Ashley Hare. The PAMPS Award is an incredibly significant honor. It is very humbling to have been nominated in the first place and now even recognized alongside many other innovative and dedicated science educators. This prestigious award is a recognition of my love of educating through fostering curiosity and critical thinking and inspiring students to pursue their STEM fields. I'm honored to be the PAMPS Science recipient for 2022. I'm grateful to other educators who have helped me learn and grow as a student and as an educator, to the science coaching team in Salt Lake City School District, to my students from Edison Elementary and Ivy Academy that made teaching science so much fun, and to God for giving me the gift of teaching these brilliant minds. As of May, I stepped away from teaching formally as I became a mom to a sweet baby boy. You guys might have heard him. As I enter a new stage of life, I am grateful for the opportunity to see him grow and to teach him about the wonders of this incredible world. Education, specifically in science, will always be a passion and a love of mine, and I'm excited to see where it takes me in the years to come. Thank you.
I'm glad she had some notes too, because I had to write down notes. I'm kind of nervous. I don't know why I'm emotional. It's just getting up in front of you, I think. The PAMPS Award really provided me with a chance to reflect on my teaching practices and to really look closely at the strategies I use in my classroom and the impact that that has on my students, and to gauge their understanding. And it was an intensive process, but it was really a growing experience. I learned a lot by going through that. For me, teaching math isn't all about numbers and equations, but it's a chance to help students feel empowered as learners, sorry, and to be able to see themselves as capable of doing hard things, because math kind of has a stigma that goes with it, that math is hard, or girls can't do math, or different things. And so I think it's really a blessing to be able to teach students that they are capable of that. And it represents the support of my family and colleagues and mentors and my students, who have all helped shape me to be the educator that I am, and to inspire me to keep working hard, because education isn't done in isolation. We rely on that support system that's all around us. So it really is a reflection of that, and it's both humbling and inspiring to be named the awardee, and it motivates me to keep learning and growing and to continue to strive to do my best every day for my students. Thank you.
And last but not least, with the 2023 Utah PAIMS awardees for mathematics is Melissa Brown, and for science is Wesley Morgan. Come on up.
Thank you so much for inviting me. When I was nominated, honestly, I was quite surprised but more humbled, because my past principal that nominated me, I have nothing but admiration and respect for her. So I'm also unable to say no to her. So after looking at the requirements of what I had to do, I called her on the phone and I said, couldn't you have just nominated me for an award where at least you have to do all the work, or that was easier to do? And she laughed. But truly, this award to me is a reflection of just the support that I've had from really great mentors to the people that I have the just privilege to work with on a daily basis. My principal, who's here, deserves an award for putting up with me on a daily basis. I have a wonderful team that lets me try crazy things with my students and their students, and I greatly appreciate that. My sister, who's been an educator in the state for more than 30 years, jokes that she is in my shadow, and I would just honestly like to give this award to her, because without her, I would not be where I am today. She taught me everything I know, and if you really want to see a good science teacher at the high school, go visit Bingham High. I asked her to come down with me today, and she said she couldn't leave her students, so she wouldn't be here, but I just am truly humbled and grateful for this award, and I thank you for your time.
I'd like to quickly tell you about two experiences I've had since being nominated for this award that have showed me the power of my teaching. I'm currently working on a master's at BYU of educational leadership. I've actually been assigned to be an assistant principal at an elementary school next year. And one of my first projects was to interview teachers around my school to learn about the culture of our school and how it's changed over the years. And what surprised me most and what meant so much to me is how many teachers mentioned other teachers, specific veteran teachers who'd been there for years, and they talked about how those teachers, and a lot of them said the same names over and over again, those teachers had elevated the standards for our entire school. And that meant so much to me, as I know I'm one of the harder teachers, and I sometimes wonder if I'm pushing my students too hard and if what I'm doing has an impact outside my classroom. And hearing so many teachers here, that idea that the rigor that those teachers have really does elevate the standards of the entire school. As long as we have an administration, which we do, as you can tell by the fact that they're here, that supports those good teachers. It was great to know that even one individual teacher can have an impact outside their classroom. The other amazing opportunity I've had this year, we're offering a bilingual physics class for a bunch of recent immigrants who have come to our school. And as you know, those kids are probably never going to be placed in a physics class unless they have an opportunity like this. And it has been great to see them do all the same activities and achieve just as much. And I hope that you will continue to recognize the teachers who are willing to teach every student, no matter what they look like, no matter what they speak like, because that's what the best teachers do. Thank you.
Yes, so if you know a teacher that you want to nominate, you can do so on the PAIMS website. So if you go to their their website, paints.nsf.gov. There's a spot to nominate them. If you notice, there was a kind of an elementary, secondary switching back and forth. So this cycle, the 2025 cycle, focuses on secondary teachers. The 2026 cycle will focus on elementary, and the 2027 will focus again on secondary. And you can nominate for either the 2026 for elementary or the secondary one in 2027 right now on the website there. So, any questions or comments?
Do you have I'm sorry, we're going to go to Superintendent Dixon.
Yeah, I have been in many classrooms of our PAIMS teachers, and I'm telling you, they are the creme de la creme. It's so amazing to watch the strategies that they use. And just for the good of the board, we often call on these very teachers to help us with professional learning efforts in our state. So they're influencing thousands of kids and thousands of teachers by their work. So we're really excited to honor them. But I would also like to honor our STEM team, who they're the ones that elevate these voices and really try to support our teachers. So Nate is in the house. Nate, will you have your STEM team stand? I feel like we've got the best STEM team in the country, so I just wanted to acknowledge them. But thank you, Milo, for bringing our PAIMS teachers forward. I know it's awkward because they get these awards and then there's like this delay, but I just feel like we should honor them every day because they're amazing what they do. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment from Member Bollinger and then Member Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the work in helping highlight. As we heard from all of these teachers that are getting awards, it's really not about them, it's about their students, and that is really what makes them great. I just want to take a moment and maybe embarrass Melissa just a little bit. She's actually in my area in District 9, and I've had a personal opportunity to be in her classroom, not just to see the impact she has on students' lives, but also on the professional learning, as Superintendent Dixon alluded to, of other teachers, not just in her school, but across the district she works in. And so just appreciate the ability to highlight the great work that these teachers are doing, and thank you for being a part of that.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Thank you. I just want it noted, Mr. Willie said that he taught my son last year, and I want the public to know we have no influence over these awards. Like, we have no say. It was such a happy surprise when I walked in and saw him in our great school and district administration. And I want all of you to know that my son calls every teacher Mr. or Miss or Mrs. or Ms. or whatever, but he only ever and always referred to Professor Woolley as Professor Woolley. And every time to this day he mentions something he learned in science class, he says, "Oh, Professor Woolley taught us that." And I think it's just delightful. It's probably upwards of 20, 30 times in our house you've been referred to as Professor Woolley. So Professor Woolley, and to all of you, congratulations and thanks for all the good things you do for our kids, mine and all the kids in the state of Utah.
Thank you, Milo. PAIMS awardees, if you will please, we're going to do public comment, and then we're going to take a small break, and I'm sure that members would be happy to step out and ask you questions or take a picture with you. So if you could just stick around for a little bit before you head out. I know you probably have things to do, but let us go to public comment, and then we'll take a break. Is that okay, board members? Thank you, Milo. Anything else? Okay, thank you. All right, with that then, let's go to public comment. And let me just read this. The public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at schools.utah.gov. With that, I believe we have with us Sarah Jones, if you're here with us. And then after Sarah, we'll invite Carrie Fairholm. Corey, I'm sorry. It is spelled Corey. Thank you.
Good
Sarah.
morning, board members. I'm Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association. And first of all, I want to thank you for the countless hours that you put in your board service. During the legislative session, I work full-time at Capitol Hill, representing educators on all the policy decisions that are being made up there. And I see many of you up there for long hours as well. And so we just appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the legislative issues that are taking place. I know that for the board, as the legislative session winds down, your work really ramps up as you take all the policy issues that have been passed and work on administrative rule. And we appreciate the opportunity as we go forward to provide input on that administrative rule process and engaging with you in the policy discussions and partnering with you as you decide how to implement these important legislative priorities. So just thank you again for your service. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Corey?
Good morning. I'm Corey Fairholm, Utah PTA president. And guess what? We've made it to the last week of the legislative session. Woohoo! Utah PTA has taken positions on bills affecting children, and also this week, Utah PTA delegation attended the National PTA LegCon, where we were able to meet with our federal legislators advocating for our children on the federal level. And we are all here today because we care about our children, about their education, their safety, and their future. As parents, educators, and community members, we have the responsibility to ensure that all laws and policies shaping their world truly serve them. Advocacy is not just about speaking up, it's about standing up for what is right, for those who cannot stand alone. Without advocacy, vulnerable people cannot be heard. They cannot be supported, protected, or defended, and their rights will be lost. Without advocacy, they have no power. Without advocacy, they will be invisible. And that is why we are all here today. So thank you for what you do, because we refuse to let our children be invisible. We refuse to let decisions be made without their best interests at heart. When we come together, when we raise our voices as one, we become a force that cannot be ignored. One of the most powerful ways we can advocate for our children is by building and maintaining strong family school partnerships. When parents and families are engaged, when they have a seat at the table, they gain a true voice and choice in their children's education. Schools thrive when they work together with families, just not as participants, but as partners. Our collective action matters. Together through advocacy and strong family partnerships, strong family school partnerships, we can ensure that every law, every decision, every policy reflects the needs of our children because they deserve it. So thank you for what you do and for the time that you put into making sure our children have the best education and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. We will go to Tanner Bowman on Zoom. And just as a point of reference, board members, you have in front of you a document from Tanner. So Tanner, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I am Dr. Tanner Bowman. I have been a computer science teacher at American Fork High School for the last 8 years. I recently had an idea for a new class that I wanted to teach that encompasses the Utah State Board of Education personalized competency-based learning framework that you've published. This class was approved by my school and the district on the condition that I received the necessary endorsements for the class. And then upon some study, I realized I needed the cybersecurity endorsement to teach this class. The document provided to you outlines my very frustrating experience to try and get that endorsement that I was qualified for, but was not awarded at the start. I had to kind of fight for it. That was very frustrating. I invite you to read that document. Rather than focus on that, I want to talk more about the larger issue that I feel that this highlighted, which is a problem that I have with the amount of red tape being applied to education, to public schools. I want to do new, innovative, cool things in my classroom, but I constantly run into this red tape that slows me down or sometimes just makes me give up altogether because it's not worth fighting for it sometimes. And I think the voucher bill highlights this very well. We have the UFA program where students can get up to $8,000 reimbursed every year, and that money has no oversight, no accountability, no background checks, no licensing requirements at all. But when I want to do something cool in my classroom, I have to just go through a mile of red tape to get there. So my request to the board is to let us compete. Let public schools compete. Remove some of this red tape we have to deal with so that we can compete with the voucher programs. So that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanner. And with that, we'll close public comment. And board members, we will take a 7-minute break. Thank you. Board members, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started. I know we'll have a few trickling in. We are on agenda item 3, our Law and Licensing Committee report / recommendations. And when ready, we will turn time over to Chair Carey. I got you.
Okay.
Yes, we do have a quorum. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Law and licensing met this past month, and these are the action items that we have for the board. Chair, if I may just take a minute of personal privilege, I just want to address this is an informational item on 3.3, the Wyler Stegner Academy, and I just wanted to recognize Board Member Hall, who took the initiative on this. As you may recall, Wallace Stegner wants to build a charter school in, is it Sunset? In Board Member Hall's area, and they satisfied our requirements, financial and otherwise, and Rod Hall asked the chair and leadership if it would be appropriate to have this matter heard in advance of this meeting. And I just wanted to thank the chair and leadership as well as this board for granting that request and allowing that matter to be heard in advance on February 13th. And it did pass unanimously, and I thank the chair for that privilege. Item 2.4, the motion for the board is, this is the R277417, prohibiting LEAs and third-party providers from offering incentives or disbursement for enrollment or participation. This is an amendment and continuation. And the motion for the board is that the board continue and approve R277417, prohibiting LEAs and third-party providers from offering incentives or disbursement for enrollment or participation. Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion before the board then is that can we just scroll down just a little bit so I can reread that? That the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-417, prohibiting LEAs and third-party providers from offering incentives or disbursement for enrollment or participation. Draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.5, R277-714, unsafe school choice option via amendment and continuation. And the motion for the board is that the board continue and approve R277-714, unsafe school choice option, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-714, unsafe school choice option, draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to that, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, Member Carey, did the committee have any conversations about that these suspensions would ultimately, hopefully, make the school more safe? Was that ever dialogued about before or during committee?
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. What was discussed was there was several questions that were posed around this rule, and it appears that this rule is in place, and I would defer to staff on this, but my impression was that this particular rule is required by federal law for us to receive certain benefits and privileges as an organization, and I don't believe we have ever acted on this particular rule.
Chair Carey, would you like, if that satisfies the question, we'll end there, but if not, we do have Director Rasmussen at the table. Member Bogus, back to you. Does that satisfy your question? He doesn't need to, unless he is,
I don't know that the question was answered.
Okay.
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. Can you repeat your question again, just specifically?
So, Director Rasmussen, as I look at lines 17 through 22, my question would be, as this is defined, was there ever any discussion about how these suspensions inherently resulted in a safer school?
So like Chair Carey said, Board Member Bogus, this was a rule that was drafted to comply with federal law. It was drafted to be very broad, and it's never been applied to any school because it was intentionally drafted to be very broad. I don't think there was great discussion as to the question that you're talking about.
Member Bogus, follow up, or do you want to chew on that for a minute?
No, I have consternation that we haven't had a deeper discussion, because we're defining an institution as persistently dangerous. Whether we've ever done that or not, there's the possibility of doing that. And when schools are taking meaningful and well thought out actions to remove individuals who have engaged in these activities, the removal of those students would seemingly or logically make the school more safe. Yet we're defining those who remove unsafe students as, quote, a persistently dangerous school. So I guess my follow-up question as I talk out loud would be, is this language required by federal code, or did we make up this language?
I believe that would go back to Ben.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, this is required by federal code. The other thing I'd point out is that this rule doesn't have anything to do with removing students. It basically allows parents the opportunity to have notice that they have the option to go elsewhere. And in Utah, it's kind of a unique circumstance because we already have open enrollment that even if the school isn't persistently dangerous, the parent has the opportunity to take their student elsewhere. But we have the rule basically just to comply with federal law.
Thank you, Ben. I've got comments or questions from Member Lear and Chair Carey. Oh, Member Lear, go ahead, and then over to Chair Carey.
And my recollection of our discussion, and this is not exactly to your point, Member Bogus, but Rhett, whose last name just has escaped me, Larson, thank you. Rhett did speak at during our discussion, and he did point out, and this is sort of what everybody seems to be talking around, right, that there's never been a designated persistently dangerous school in Utah. And granted, you were also talking about the hypothetical. But he was saying that because this is only a rule in place because the feds require it, but we have not experienced it, we would not have any data about school safer or not safer. My experience from a high school many years ago, and many of you are in the thick of it now, is removing one student is, and even one student at a time, is not gonna, you're not gonna immediately have data about, oh, this school is safer. It's more about giving parents choices to move their students, again, regardless of what rules, policies are available in other states, if their school is designated as that. So I recall Rhett saying, there's never been a school in Utah designated as persistently dangerous. So we have no data in Utah.
Thank you, Member Lear. Okay. Let's remind the board that the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-714 Unsafe School Choice Option Draft 1 on second and final reading. And with that, we'll move to a vote. Thank you, board. That passes unanimously. Back to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.6 R277-304, Teacher Preparation Programs, Incorporated Document. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-304 incorporated by reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-304 incorporated by reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1 on second and final reading. We have a question or comment from Member Earl.
Actually, I have amendment. And I think staff, do you have that? I'm not sure who's running. So, I'll wait to speak to it, but okay, I would like to add, I probably need to read through them, right? Give me just a second to get up my document. So in section 3, which is demonstrating subject matter content and specialized curricular knowledge, I would like to add to, what does SF stand for? Well, SF 03.11, add mathematics. So it'd say knowledge of the factors that can cause reading and mathematics difficulties and effective interventions and supports for students. SF 03.12, know the essential components of numeracy and successful interventions for students struggling in mathematics. And then I'll just keep reading. Is that the best way to do that? Okay. Build a student's foundational mathematical knowledge in a systemic way by developing topics in an intentional and incremental manner. Teach clear and concise mathematical language across instructional settings and support students' use of the language. Understand when and how to use concrete and semi-concrete representations that provide meaningful opportunities to understand math concepts. Know how to correctly use, select, and apply a variety of models and representations to facilitate learning of mathematical concepts and procedures. Understand different types of word problems and instructional strategies that facilitate student problem solving and support the application of mathematical ideas. Know how to appropriately implement interventions as part of specially designed instruction that helps students build fluency and automatic retrieval of arithmetic facts. And then examples would be games, deliberate practice, timed activities. Then teach standard algorithms by using consistent language and introduced with substantial modeling and guided practice. Okay, and then SF 03.13, knowledge of components and developmental progressions in numeracy, understanding of mathematical concepts such as place value, the operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, algebraic reasoning, geometry, measurement concepts, and understanding of fractions, rational numbers, proportional reasoning. And then SF 03.14, know the essential components of numeracy, including quantity and the ability to subitize, there you go, cardinality, including one-on-one correspondence, numeral writing and recognition, understanding of zero, counting strategies, number and magnitude comparison, development of number sense by building number relationships, place value concepts, part whole relationships, benchmark numbers, compose and decompose numbers, development of flexible strategies and algorithms for efficient and accurate computation, and then moving apply knowledge of Utah mathematics core standards down to 3.15. And if I have a second, I'll speak to it.
We have a second. Back to you, Member Earl.
After going through the document over the weekend, observing that when it came to literacy, we did a great job of spelling out the key things that special education teachers need to know in those components. But then we only had apply knowledge of Utah mathematical core standards, and this is one area where students often struggle and need additional supports of some kind. So I put together some ideas, worked with staff. We met for a little bit and kind of went back and forth, both special education staff as well as our math staff. And this was the language that we kind of settled on together. So anyways, I just think this creates a balance to our document.
Thank you, Member Earl. The motion is before us. I am only going to reread it one time, so it's not going to be now. If we have discussion to this motion, Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair, and we all appreciate that. I would like to move to amend this, and staff has those amendments, in particular in the first section. I would like to remove the word struggling and add the language with learning gaps or areas of growth. In the second bullet point, to strike the language and use the language of academic specific vocabulary. In the fourth bullet point, we change and to or, and then to strike the word meaningful. And then I just believe in the last two, they're the fourth and I believe it's the sixth bullet. I can't really see that it's in red. But my point would be is there's no great reason for that other than it just seems redundant and it's already a verbose list of things. And the idea of saying mathematical over and over again just seems weird to me. And with a second, I would be happy to speak to it.
We have a second. Back to Member Bogus.
So our special needs students are a unique population, and many of them are gifted in many areas, and they just learn differently. It doesn't mean that they're struggling. It just means that they learn differently. And so I would like to really frame that mindset at the very beginning, that they have areas of growth and places where they can learn, and they need support in their learning, but not to inherently have a deficit-based mindset at that header. I would like to have a growth-based mindset in the header. And then I believe the language, the use of academic-specific vocabulary is the intention, though it's not what was actually stated. And I reviewed that with one of the math specialists that I work with to kind of flesh out my thinking there. I think that we could say and/or, but I do believe it needs to be models or representations, not both, because we're describing a bifurcation or a set of options. So I believe or is the appropriate conjunction there. And then it's not something I would like to argue over, but I just think the language is redundant where we say to understand math concepts, to facilitate learning of math concepts. I think that's inerrant in the header and in the thing. And so with that, I would offer that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Member Lear.
Thank you. I just had a question for the maker of the larger motion. Can I ask that? If she's willing to, we need to deal with Member Bogus's first and then
let's
come back to
let's
Member Earl.
address the amendment
Okay.
to amend first. Yes,
All
if
right,
that's
thank
okay.
you.
So with
I will
that,
do that.
Member Davis.
I'd like to divide out bullet 4, please.
Of this
The fourth bullet.
of this
It's
SF03.
the changing the and to or.
Okay. Okay, motion to divide out bullet 4. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Back to Member Davis.
Thank you. I just feel like our students sometimes need more rather than less when they're trying to find different ways to think about learning concepts. And they might be models, they might be through, manipulatives they're working out with their hands, or they might be through different kinds of representations or written representations. And I think having the flexibility of using all of them or any of them whenever you need, and instead of just saying, well, I can only use this one, or I just think and is better in that case.
Okay, so we are going to, as we vote on this, we're going to vote on bullet 4 first, since that's the one that's being addressed here. So that's right. We need to vote on the motion to divide. Thank you. So let's do that. Let's vote. Yeah. Can we do that? Is there any objection to dividing? Seeing none, it's divided. Okay. Now let's go back to bullet point 4. And is there any discussion back to Member Davis?
The maker of the amendment said that a friendly would be to put and or. And I'd be okay with that in the interest of time, if we want to just do that as friendly and move on.
Any objection to and or? Member Lear.
I don't think you can do that in rule writing. There has to be, it's a different construct. A
This is a document by inclusion.
Oh, that's right. So we can do whatever we want. Never mind. Thanks for the reminder.
The comment was this is a document by inclusion, not a rule. So, is there any objection to and or? Seeing no lights, that's going to be in there. So we're back to Member Bogus's amendment to amend. And I don't see any lights, so let's vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are back to, I'm going to go back to Member Lear, who had a question on the original amendment. Member Lear.
Yeah, and it's kind of two parts, but not very long. First, if Member Earl is willing to respond, I just wondered, did you make this up or did you take your additional comments from a document?
Member Earl, would you like to respond?
Did you make this up? Well, it
No.
could be based on your experience.
I'm
so-
kidding, I do. No, some of them come from What Works Clearinghouse, others come from professional staff here that made recommendations. So I sent some recommendations based on some of the things from the What Works Clearinghouse that had the number one practice, right, the research-based. From there, sent those to staff. Then there were some additional additions added or modifications.
And just can you clarify if I
Follow up, go ahead.
what is the What Works Clearinghouse?
Federal research document, and I can send it to you if you'd like.
No. I'm
It's
just
what
wondering.
benefits struggling
Just didn't want it from the Heritage
mathematics.
Foundation. Never mind.
Well,
never mind.
and they
That's-
may have sound research too.
Thank you. Let's
and then
go.
the second part, I just have a
Okay,
second part
go ahead.
question.
Okay.
It's even shorter. I just was wondering if Dr. Voorhees was going to speak to her comfort level with this, with these changes, because they're pretty significant. So I just wanted her to confirm that, yes, this works as a special ed
I had
amendments.
Well, one, I don't know if we want to put Dr. Voorhees on the spot of saying, well, I like this or I don't
No,
like this.
not
That's,
like,
that's
it
up
just
to
is-
her. But yeah, if you feel comfortable, then Dr. Voorhees, you think about how that's going to happen, and we'll go over to Member Earl.
I have one additional amendment. I had forgotten it in our engagement. The last bullet point is actually addressed, and I forgot to take it off, so I apologize. I'm glad staff recommended that. So, okay, on 12, 3.12, the last bullet point is addressed in 3.14, development of flexible strategies and algorithms for efficient and accurate computation.
So we can remove that
Well,
without
it
objection?
would either have to vote or right, because it's before the body either. That's what I would make as an amendment.
Is there a
So it
second to that? Second. Is there any objection to removing that redundant bullet point? Seeing none, it's gone. Back to Dr. Voorhees. Well, not back to. She has lit up her light, so let's hear from her.
Leah Voorhees, Interim Deputy Superintendent of Achievement. Thank you, Chair. So we appreciate Board Member Earl reading the competencies so closely. The special education team received 29 pages of comments from the field about these competencies, and there was more math, very broken down competencies in the original document, but the field had asked to decrease the document, which is why in the original version it said that the special education teachers would know and implement the math standards. But as she said, she worked with the math team and the special ed team to add specifics so that it was parallel to the literacy information, the science of reading information that's in the standards. So that makes sense. And we agree, we all collectively agreed that this would be helpful. One thing I think it's really important for the board to remember is that these are competencies for special education teachers. This is not what the students do. This is how to prepare special education teachers and what programs, including your own program, the Apple SPED program, would be required to ensure that teachers know to be ready and competent to teach. So I think that's hopefully responds to the question.
Thank you. Yes, that answers Member Lear's question. Board members, let me put the lineup before you. We've got Member Bogus, then Member Bollinger, Member Earl, and then Vice Chair Wood. So Member Bogus.
I have no comment to this. I have a motion once this passes or fails.
Okay, thank you. On to Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question I would like to direct at staff with your permission.
Please.
And I won't rehash our whole conversation that we had in law and licensing. I do appreciate these additions. I think that having the skills to understand evidence-based interventions is really important for our special educators. One of the things we talked about was the requirements for special educators in their endorsements. And again, I won't rehash all of our conversation, but I'm wondering, how will this impact the time it will take for special educators to meet these requirements? Would this add an additional 1 class, 2 classes? Is this something that you've had any feedback from universities or even just with our Apple SPED program? I'm just curious to know, because typically, especially in secondary, they have to go back and get currently a secondary math endorsement in addition to. Would this help with that issue?
Dr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Chair. So the amendment and then the amended amendment it just clarifies and makes more specific the expectation. The expectation has not changed in the amendment. It just makes it, it breaks it down into the specific pieces that one would, should, and can find in your practice, your standards for math in the state. So adding this amendment doesn't increase the responsibility or the amount of work that a teacher would have to do to be prepared. It just breaks it down, makes it more specific. Makes your document longer, but it doesn't increase the time or the work. Okay. Is that the...
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, I'm gearing up here. Like, Matt, do you really have to read this? These are the thoughts going through my mind.
Would
all right.
you like me to read
Who's
it?
scrolling? I'll read it, but somebody keep up.
Somebody keep up.
Member Bogus?
Oh, I guess you have to read it for this to pass.
Yeah, let's
Go
get
ahead,
through it.
sir.
Let's do
Go
it.
right
Okay.
ahead.
So the motion before the board then is that the board amend the incorporated by reference document by adding an and mathematics after reading in SF 03.11, amend the incorporated by reference document by adding the proposed competency as SF 03.12, adding the proposed competency as SF 03.13, adding the proposed competency as SF 03.14, and renumbering the original SF 03.12 as SF 03.15. In context, SF 03.11, knowledge of the factors that can cause reading and mathematics difficulties and effective interventions and supports for students. SF 03.12, know the essential components of numeracy and successful interventions for students with learning gaps or areas of growth in mathematics. Bullet 1, build a student's foundational mathematical knowledge in a systemic way by developing topics in an intentional and incremental manner. Bullet 2, teach clear and concise mathematical language across instructional settings and support students' use of academic-specific vocabulary. Bullet 3, understand when and how to use concrete and semi-concrete representations that provide opportunities to understand. Bullet 4, know how to correctly use, select, and apply a variety of models and/or representations to facilitate learning. Bullet 5, understand different types of word problems and instructional strategies that facilitate student problem solving and support the application of mathematical ideas. Bullet 6, know how to appropriately implement interventions as part of specially designed instruction that helps students build fluency and automatic retrieval of arithmetic facts, e.g. games, deliberate practice, timed activities. SF03.13, knowledge of components and developmental progressions in numeracy, understanding of mathematical concepts such as place value, the operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, algebraic reasoning, geometry, measurement concepts, and understanding of fractions, rational numbers, proportional reasoning. SF03.14, know the essential components of numeracy, including, bullet 1, quantity and the ability to subitize. Bullet 2, cardinality, including one-to-one correspondence. Bullet 3, numeral writing and recognition. Bullet 4, understanding of zero. Bullet 5, counting strategies. Bullet 6, number and magnitude comparison. Bullet 7, development of number sense by building number relationships, e.g. place value concepts, part-whole relationships, benchmark numbers. Bullet 8, compose and decompose numbers. Bullet 9, development of flexible strategies and algorithms for efficient and accurate computation. SF03.15, apply knowledge of Utah mathematics core standards. Let's vote. Thank you, Board. That passes unanimously with Member Davis and Member Hart absent. Back to Chair I'm sorry. We have over to Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I would like to make a motion to send this to the Standards and Assessments Committee as amended, specifically for the review and revision of Standard 6.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to Member Bogus.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, which I know we are all excited about, after reviewing this, Standard 6 has got some grave concerns in my opinion, and instead of spending the next hour and a half debating those, my motion is to send this to the Standards and Assessment Committee so that they can do that heavy lifting there and bring it back to the board for adoption. Thank you, sir.
So the motion then is to send one of these standards, Standard 6, to Standards and Assessment. Is that accurate? The motion is to send. Hit that microphone. Let's make sure we get this right.
I appreciate your question. So the motion was to send the document in its entirety to Standards and Assessment, specifically for the review of Standard 6. Now, that doesn't mean that the committee maybe can't address other things. That's not my motion, but my motion would be to have them debate, discuss, and possibly amend Standard 6.
So, Member Wood.
Just a question. We are in law and licensing. May I ask a question to Chair Carey? You did, as a body, look through this document completely, right? And are moving it forward as is after looking at Standard 6 also?
Yeah, Chair, yes. Vice Chair Wood, that's correct. We did consider this. We specifically asked about this particular provision in law and licensing. And we asked, I believe, and Vice Chair Bollinger can correct me if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but we asked what does the phraseology in Standard 6, specifically in the title section, supporting social, emotional, and behavioral growth, what does that exactly mean? And Dr. Haidt at that time responded that these are the protocols and systems in place to address the individual student IEP or disability. So I wanted some distinction that this was not a social emotional learning as sometimes we understand it. And it is my recollection that Dr. Height assured the Law and Licensing Committee, no, these are the protocols designed to address the particular disabilities of each student. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We do have a light from Deputy Superintendent Newey. Member Vice Chair Wood, does that answer your question? Deputy Superintendent Newey?
Thank you. Just as a point of information, if these incorporated document gets put into standards and assessment, we would need to also move the rule to standards and assessment as well. So just as a point of information.
Thank you. Member Bollinger?
That was my clarifying question. I thought they were connected, so thank you.
Chair Carey?
Just because we're on this topic, I would like to ask staff, is there any adverse consequence from delaying, by voting in support of this motion to send it back to standards and assessment? Is this, sometimes we have bandwidth to do those things, sometimes we don't. I'd like to know staff's opinion on any adverse effect of voting for this motion to send it to standards and assessments.
Thank you. I'm not sure which staff member could answer that. Dr. Voorhees?
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Interim Deputy Superintendent. So the institutes of higher education in our state and your own Apple SPED program are waiting for these competencies to ensure that their programs are compliant with your rule. The rule passed, if you remember, the rule passed several months ago. October, maybe? So when the rule passed, we told you that we would spend the time and energy needed to update the competencies to match the rule, to get feedback from the field, to go through the process that you have outlined for ensuring that the competencies meet the standards. So the field has been waiting for several months for the competencies. So it is urgent in that sense. It's not urgent in the sense that that there will likely be a bunch of due process hearings filed. I don't think it's that urgent, but the field has been waiting for these competencies.
Chair, thank you. Okay. So the motion before the board then is that we send the reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1 as amended, to Standards and Assessment. Member Earl.
May I ask a question of the maker of the motion?
Please.
Are you envisioning major revisions, or are there just a couple of areas you have some questions on?
Yeah, Member Bogus.
There's about 6 different areas that I would like to see addressed, specifically in Standard 6.
Can it be, maybe I'm just talking out loud now. I'm just wondering if this is something that could be postponed till after lunch and then brought up again. Our other committees are pretty light. That's why I'm wondering if we've got the time maybe to, not to look at it as a body, but maybe a couple of individuals just, you know what I mean, collaborate in a sauntering kind of motion.
Yeah, if there's a motion to do so, speaking to this motion, I would speak against it. That, you know, I think we're in a good space. I know there's always going to be some thoughts. We could send it back and have discussion on it, but I think that the staff as well as the Law and Licensing Committee has looked through these and made recommendations, and I think we're in a good space. So I'd vote against the current motion With that, that's me speaking to this motion, but I'm open to other motions. Member Earl.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we pick this up after lunch, and which would need to include both this item and the next item. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Do we have it'd be the rule that goes along with it, Rule R277-304. Do we have a second to that motion to postpone or table till after lunch? We have a second. Back to Member Earl, if you'd like to speak to that.
No, I kind of agree. There may be just one or two, at least for me, provisions if we're thinking about where we are with our LRBI manual and such, and some of the language we've updated. I don't see major revisions on my part, but I do see that there might be a couple of places. I don't think it needs to be stalled that long, but I think with some discussion, it may be a quick thing. Maybe. If not, it can go to a committee, or it could just move forward. But that's my thoughts.
Okay. So we have a substitute motion that the board delay discussion of items 3.6 and 3.7 until after lunch. Let's go ahead and we're going to. Yeah, that's been done. Yeah. Yeah, the amendments are already done. That's already voted in. So we're going to pick up exactly where it is left off, and that is amended. Okay, go ahead and vote. That passes 14 in favor, 1 in opposition from Member Lear. With that, we will turn back over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. That addresses all of the outstanding matters for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get you back on after lunch. Okay, let's move to agenda item 4. Our Finance Committee report, and we'll turn time over to Chair Davis.
Thank you. On item number 4.2, LEA fiscal auditing policies. The recommended action was that the board approves R277-113 LEA fiscal and auditing policies, draft 1 on second and final reading. And I have something to say about it if nobody else does.
Sure. Go ahead. The motion's been stated. Go ahead, Member Davis.
Okay. You'll think that I'm strange for voting no on this. And I know it will pass and it's fine, but I think we may need to revisit and bring it back. We have for years now had LEAs saying, we don't need to use contra revenue accounting to meet the demands of the laws and school fees. And we were told when it was initially put into place, we have to have it there because it meets GAAP by a board member who's no longer here. But our finance team has said, you do not have to have contra revenue accounting to meet GAAP standards. But we do need acceptable accounting principles. And so I was going to amend today, but now there's a piece of code that's in the legislature right now that may pass that is going to potentially require contra revenue or potentially not, and it's going to change up some of this. So, I mean, we're voting on this today, but depending on how this legislation turns out, I'm going to be requesting that it come back to be revisited again potentially. I just want that background out there before we vote.
Will it come up by tomorrow, do you think?
No,
because then
could come up by tomorrow.
Scott, I see you preparing to say something.
Could postpone to tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. Board Member Davis is referring to House Bill 397. House Bill 397, if it gets passed and then the governor signs it, would add more fees, which is a forcing function in the Senate. Well, it's not a forcing function, but the contra revenue piece would help. For additional background, the reason that right, wrong, or indifferent to this, or on the whole discussion, the contra revenue idea or count process was set up as a mechanism to track the waivers, the processes more closely or diligently. And it doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen if we remove the contra revenue account, but with the consideration of HB 397, I would recommend that the board consider bringing, that it come back once we know for sure what the second and third level effects are. Once we know if 397 passes and what those second and third level effects are. Thank you, sir.
Scott, genuine question is, I serve on this committee. We're waiting for a bill to maybe determine what's happening. What's the harm in if we vote this down? That just means we're not taking any action at this time, and we bring it back. If we vote it forward, then we're going to bring it back. Can you weigh out some pros and cons here of voting for this or voting not? It doesn't seem like it matters. Whether we vote for it or we don't, or vote against it, we're going to bring it back. Is that accurate?
I think that's accurate, Chair. So if you do I'll just say this, from a staff perspective, no matter which direction you proceed, we'll support whether we bring it back or not, whatever happens or not. Whatever you do here today, I'm sure we can adjust in the future depending on what outcomes or doesn't happen with the bill.
And
does that help, sir?
That does help. Thank
I'd
you.
like
And
to
Chair
make a
Davis,
substitute motion and postpone
please.
this to tomorrow, unfinished business portion of the meeting.
So we have a motion to postpone to tomorrow's unfinished business. We have a second. Back to Chair Davis.
Just for all the reasons discussed.
Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and vote.
I can't vote.
Is there any opposition to this, board members? Are there any that are saying, no, we'd rather do this now? We're gonna move that to tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board review and potentially approve the research questions at USBE research priority for the UDRC research agenda. By way of quick background, this is a multi-agency research program that the state has, and in order to do research, it has to cover multi-agencies, not just one. And so the questions are provided there. And we also had asked our staff to provide just some more information on the technical aspects of the data exchange between the UDRC and the agencies.
Thank you, Chair Davis. The motion before the board then is that the board review and potentially approve the research questions as USBE research priority for the UDRC research agenda. Member Carey.
Just a question for the maker of the motion, if the chair approves, and that is, I'm seeing 5 questions in total. Are those the only questions that we're considering for approval?
Yes, sir.
And
because they cross agencies.
Just one thought. Are there additional questions that are not within our purview that will be asked along with this survey? And these are the only 5 that pertain directly to us?
Yeah, these folks do a wide variety of research across the state and of a wide variety of areas, but these are the only ones that would pertain to us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So let me restate the motion, and we'll queue it up for a vote here. The motion is that the board review and potentially approve the research questions as USBE research priority for the UDRC research agenda. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Back to Chair Davis.
Thank you. The next one has no motion for the board, but I did ask for it to be brought to you because it had been brought to you in the past. And the committee action for the federal waiver considerations were that the committee directs staff to continue federal school improvement and support schools in need. Again, this is just a direction to staff. It wasn't a vote for the board. Unless one of you wants to change it, the reason we did that is because the federal government and Department of Education is in flux at the moment. If any of you listen to the news this morning, it's especially in flux today. So we just put everything on hold, and we're going to kind of see how things fall out.
Thank you. Does that conclude our report out then for finance? Chair Davis?
Sorry, one more time.
Does that conclude our report out then?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to agenda item 5, Standards and Assessment Committee Report. Chair Earl.
We do not have any action items for the board today. So if you wanted to go listen to our committee meeting from last time, it was a great discussion. So that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's move to agenda item 6, Board Administrative Rule. We've got Deputy Superintendent Elise Newey. Are you teeing us up here? We've got board members. This was brought to us by 4 board members, and so we're going to have a discussion here, but we're going to have Elise cue us up here, and then we'll open it up for any motions or discussion. Okay? Go ahead, Elise.
Elise Newey, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. So this rule we are bringing before you with a proposed amendment. There is just one amendment to this rule. This is the requirement that you have in board rule for LEAs to establish a fee schedule. Right now in the current rule, that fee schedule is due by April 1st. And the requirements prior to that due date are that they have to talk about it in a public meeting, and that there are several requirements prior to that April 1st deadline. So given that there is a lot of flux happening right now in the legislative session regarding school fees, the suggestion was brought that we move that due date to, I believe it is June 1st. Did we say June? Did we say July? July 1st, my apologies. To July 1st, giving enough time for LEAs to wait until the legislative session is over, then have their public meetings, and then turn in their fee schedules on July 1st. So that would give them a little bit more of a buffer. So that's the only change we're proposing in this rule today.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Does the motion need to be put before us?
We do need to put a motion. There's
Okay.
some question by Vice Chair
No, so
Hart here.
can we put up what the rule would say?
Yeah.
Instead of, there we go. And
Vice Chair Hart, I'm going to let you work with Member Earl, who had the floor to make a motion.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know you guys are speaking the same language,
Yeah.
but work with each other here.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's that? Yes. Where's the language at? Why am I not seeing? Oh, there we go.
There it
Okay,
is.
so the motion before the board is that, I'd like to place the motion that R277-407 be amended to replace April with July. Okay.
So-
Just draft one. Sorry. Okay, just draft one. I probably need to read the name of it. What's the name of the? Yeah, I read that, but what's the name of the school fees? Sorry, R277-407 school fees as a draft 1 is amended.
Okay, we have a motion, and that's been seconded. Member Earl, do you want to speak to that?
I had a couple of districts reach out to me, and I think probably others have too. They just, first of all, asking for the extension of the date, and then second of all going, July, hooray. They were even more excited about that because it wasn't such a crunch at the first of the year when they may not be so sure about what the fees actually are, that it gives them a little bit more flexibility as they get close to the end of the year for next year.
Is this a one-time change or a permanent change in the rule? Right. Deputy Elise, are you going to answer that?
I can.
I guess whoever makes the motion, it'd be maker of the motion, but Elise, will you help us?
So we will need to bring this rule back after the legislative session for several amendments. So we'll have the opportunity to address that in probably 2 months from now.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to address this to staff and ask the same question I did regarding Member Bogus's motion. I just want to make sure that this change is not going to impair or hinder the work that's being done by our LEAs. It's my understanding that it'll probably be more helpful, but I just wanted to confirm that with staff.
Elise.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, it would help our LEAs in their timelines and provide them with more time to do what they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
So my question is, why do we have to change this rule as opposed to LEAs asking for a waiver from this rule?
Is that Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart?
Well, I think I know the answer. I think there's lots of paperwork involved in that, but this seems to be not the most prudent way to go about it.
So the deadline was much earlier, and there was anybody that followed the deadline would have had to start the process all over again after Friday. And so rather than get a waiver from every single LEA, this is an easier way to get the same accomplished. To be honest with you, I don't see a reason that it was ever March to begin with, or April. You don't even, in many cases, have your teachers hired. So the people that are creating the fee requests are often not the teachers teaching the classes or the activity. When you're doing a fee schedule in February. So quite honestly, I intend to preview of coming attractions. I want this date changed permanently, because what happens is you have to start in February. So you might not even have your music teacher to tell the principal what they're requesting to be on the fee schedule. And then something gets put on the fee schedule, then a teacher gets hired, and then that teacher is hampered because that may not be how that teacher was going to teach the class. So it's a very inappropriate date in the first place. So I anticipate, I know I at least am going to argue for a later date in the future anyway.
Member Bogus, does that answer your question?
It does. I just would question how that leads, to me, that would lead to a transparency concern when parents go to enroll during that time frame. That's an awful late date for parents to know what kind of fees are coming. July just seems way too late to me.
That's why it was a one-time in the request, because I don't anticipate it to be July. That is too late. However, because you have to do 2 public readings, so if you think about it, the bill will, the session will end Friday. Many districts already had their March meeting by the time things are settled, or they have it that second week. They don't even have things settled out from the bill passing. So your first opportunity is going to be April at the earliest. Then you've got the May board meeting. By saying July 1, you've given them 1 extra month. You've given them the month of June to get it straight, because it's got to be, so 2 board meetings would be the April board meeting, the May board meeting, and then if something was wrong and they had to go back, if they learned something in those 2 board meetings, then they have the opportunity in June to get it absolutely right. In future years, I think what we had was too early, but I do think July is too late. That's why When we did the request, we only did a one-time request because July is too late. But March is too early.
So, Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, and I see other hands, so let's be brief and we'll get to as many are up.
So, with respect, is there such a thing as a one-time request? Don't we have to, does this automatically change back after a certain date?
I don't believe so, but I was just trying to be transparent with the board that wasn't that
Okay.
the next action would be to bring it back again.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got lights from, in this order, Member Bollinger, Member Reel, Member Davis, and Member Lear. So we'll start with Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And just like Member Earl had mentioned, I have had several schools and districts reach out asking for this adjustment so they can make sure that they're in compliance with HB 344. And as all of our board members, I mean, we've received over 1,000 emails from parents. So I think that this is a win-win where it allows these students to be able to have these classes, allows the districts to still follow this process so parents are well aware of what those fees are going to be. And like Vice Chair Hart mentioned, maybe it is something that when we do bring it back, that June 1st might be a more reasonable, but the timing of the courses to be able to have the actual enrollment happen, if the enrollment's happening in March, that actually gives a better head count of classes and a more accurate estimation of school fees, where sometimes they get overestimated, and that's where I think some of our problem has been. So I think having this extension this year helps with the law change, and in the future having a later date will be beneficial for our students, our parents, and our teachers while still providing that transparency process. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Reel.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in favor of this amendment. I've had superintendents reach out to me and say what a game changer this will be for them to change the date because of they're normally having to start in January. Now they can start in March, and it allows for that transparency and a lot more flexibility for our LEAs and our administrators. So I'm in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I have an amendment to the amendment. I just, however this is worded, I don't know, but so that we don't have to come back and bring this back again, I would like to add to this amendment that this would stand through July of 2025, and then moving forward will be May 1st. And if I get a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Do we have a second? Not seeing any. Let's go back to the original motion of the July 1st date.
Okay, then can I speak to that?
Sure.
Okay. I would support this for this time, but I had expressed the same concerns that we heard from Member Bogus because we register in spring for classes next year, and kids have to know what they have to do for their summer jobs, and summer jobs start in the end of May for some and beginning of June for others. So we've got to take that into account. There's a reason the date currently is April 1st, and it's been hard for LEAs, and we might need to push it back a bit. But it shouldn't be pushed back so far that kids lose a month of their work opportunities to earn for what activities they'd like to do in the upcoming school year. I mean, I'm in the middle of this right now, so I'm just like, let's, with my own kids. So let's just be careful of how we shift around.
Yeah, and just for clarification to the board members, this rule will come back as a result of the legislation that is happening. So it's not, I don't think we're going to need to require 4 board members to get together and say, this rule will come back and it will be addressed.
Yeah, can I say one last thing?
Sure, yeah.
We could, as parents, I think, because I was talking about this with Member Earl, look back on previous year's costs and kind of base on that to get an idea too. So maybe we do go up to June 1st, but I would just definitely not go past that, just to get, so people know exactly what they're dealing with financially.
Yeah, I think we all, I think I agree with that. Member Lear.
Thanks. This is neither for or against this specific motion, but as this is being as the data is being revisited and then maybe changed, I would urge us to look at this holistically, because if Representative Strong's bill passes, then we'll have two pathways, and one will be a pathway that is to take classes to graduate, and there will be, as Member Davis mentioned, students registering in March for the next year. My grandkids are doing that right now, and so some parents will need to choose the free pathway if that's going to be a real thing. And that will make a difference for some families. So I think we can't look at this in isolation of what's convenient for the teachers we're hiring and what's convenient for maybe most of the parents, because we'll have a whole swath of parents who have to or choose to have a schedule that involves free classes. So I think that has to be part of the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Lear. Let's get back to the motion then. And the motion is that the board approves the amendments, which would be changing the April 1st date to July 1st, to R277-407-6, LE requirements to establish a fee schedule, maximum fee amounts, notice to parents, draft 1 on first and final reading. Members, please vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Board members, we have moved an agenda item to after lunch, so I'm going to take an after lunch agenda item and move it to before lunch. So if that's okay, I'd like to move over to agenda item 10, the monthly budget report, and invite Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones to tee us up on 10.1.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hymas, members of the board, members of the public. This is the monthly budget report. We provide this both to the board and the public in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Acts and the Money Management Acts, and just essentially for transparency, and I attest to this, the Utah State Board of Education is able to meet all of its known and current obligations and commitments, making us fiduciarily sound. I am not aware of any other issues at this point. For your review, again, we've introduced this particular format, changing from the previous format of long pages where you could still do the drill down, but this is intended to be interactive, where if a board member and or a member of the public has a particular concern or wants to see what expenditures have been made in a particular program, for example, they can do so using this interactive or useful tool. If for some reason there's an issue with access, we'd ask or encourage you to contact me or my staff right away so that we can resolve that situation or provide direction on how to find particular elements or data within the monthly budget report. Chair Hymas, subject to any questions or concerns, this concludes the monthly budget report, and at your direction, I'll move to the discretionary funds report.
Please continue.
Moving to the discretionary funds report, and I always do this. This is the board's discretionary funds. Once again, we've done a really good job of ensuring acceptable and allowable uses of these funds that result from year-end close activities. You can see in the upper right-hand corner the remaining balances for particular fund or from particular fund sources as a result of last year's year-end close activities, state, federal mineral lease, land exchange, etc. If you scroll down to the main body of the report, this is a public-facing document. In the interest of transparency, again, both to board members and our accountability to the public, not to the government, to the public on how the board is, in this particular instance or from this particular fund, identifying projects that would benefit public education and use, again, of those funds in an allowable manner to support your directions and your strategic plan accordingly. Subject to any questions or concerns about remaining balances as depicted in the upper right-hand corner or ongoing projects and funds in the main body of this report, I can move to the next item, which is an action item for use of discretionary funds, which is, I think, 10.3. At your direction, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no lights, let's continue forward.
10.3 is an action item that we've put in or within this particular report. You can see there what the recommended action is. Chair, I just defer back to you for any direction or questions and concerns about the action as it relates specifically to the fund.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is agenda item 10.3 as was stated, and we've got 4 board members who brought this forward, and we appreciate their work on this. We're going to turn over to Member Kelly.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that when allowable state funds become available, but no later than 60 days, we use $150,000 in our discretionary account to issue an RFP to retain accountants to determine, 1, how much federal funding is received by USBE for the past 3 years, and 2, the cost associated with administering those funds and the cost associated with complying with all federal contracts, directives, rules, and laws associated with those federal funds.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second from Member Brinton, and back to you, Member Kelly.
Yeah, Board Member Carey has kind of taken the lead on this, and appreciate Board Member Carey for doing that. This was an ask that we made in a previous board meeting. At that time, $75,000 was requested, and that was approved. What we found is when we sent that out to an RFP, that many of the accounting firms saw that as not being enough to even bid on it. So there were no bids that were put in on that RFP, and so this puts it in a range where we believe that accounting firms would put in and bid on this project.
Thank you, Member Kelly. We've got Vice Chair Wood, and then we'll go over to Member Davis.
I'd like to amend the motion by striking but no later than 60 days. And if there's a second, I'd like to speak to that.
Do we have a second? We have a second by Member Booth. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we have a bill that's outstanding right now by Representative Brooks that will require us to amend our website. And there's no fiscal note attached. They're saying that it will be zero amount, but after some research and a renewed fiscal note that the LFAs would not put on there, it could be anywhere between $100,000 to $500,000. And so in order to comply, I'd like to be able to we only have $152,000 right now in our discretionary funds. So I would put obeying the law over a desired outcome for us here. So this allows this to still be in the queue if it passes, but allows us to obey the law if that law passes. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wood. Can I ask a question to Scott? Is that okay? And you just did a report on funds. Is there room for both? Is there room for all?
So, Chair Hymas, can I seek clarification through you, sir?
Please.
So is the motion to prioritize then, is to prioritize that as funds become available, that we first go to meeting the website piece, and then, is it an and then? Or does it make sense what I'm asking through you or by you, Chair?
Yeah, it would be for me to prioritize what we are required by law to do,
Sure,
whatever that
okay.
is, and looking at what funds we have available to update our website to the manner that the good legislator is requiring of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
That helps. Yeah,
Thank
so it is feasible. I just want to make sure that it's clear through you, Chair, to the board, to the original motion, that would likely result in a longer timeline to get to the audit firm and if the priority for or when funding becomes available to meet the legal requirements of that. I just want to make sure I'm tracking on that. That was for staff benefit, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis, is this to the amendment or to the original motion? Your light. to the original motion. Is there any other, seeing no other discussion on the amendment, Member Bogus?
So my consternation with this motion is to use the discretionary funds, we would have to bring a secondary motion before the board in a future meeting that would probably have to go through committee. So what, I don't fully understand the purpose of this motion because we could override this motion in a future meeting.
I believe this is to the overall motion, not the amendment.
It's to the amendment.
It is a,
Yeah, I just don't understand why the amendment is necessary because we can't use the discretionary funds for the purposes of that without another motion before the board. So I'm genuinely confused as to what's happening here.
I'm not sure how, go ahead.
Okay. So as I look at it, we're looking at in the next 2 months, we would be moving forward on this use as it comes available. And all I'm saying is that rather than me voting no on this, because I'm going to prioritize the funding using somewhere else, I was trying to make a kind of a midterm here, like let's get rid of the timing so that we can use it for other things. So otherwise I vote no, and so I was trying to find a good compromise there.
Vice Chair Hart.
So I just checked and staff had submitted a new fiscal note for that, and for whatever reason it was not updated on the system. The system still shows 0 fiscal notes, so that bill does require significant changes to our transparency, to our website, with an effect date of May 7th and $0, which we can absorb a lot, but we don't have in our back pocket a web designer. We have a lot of very talented staff, but not people that can design very elaborate websites. Just to report to the board, even when it became first obvious what the bill sponsor meant by the bill, and wanted some interactive pieces on that website, we immediately started asking the people that designed the legislative website for some background and for some information about how much it would cost and what it would entail. Those meetings haven't happened yet, but we are actively working toward whether that bill passes or not. I don't know where we'll get the money, that's the problem, but we are working towards at least finding out what it would cost and what it would entail. So just wanted to give you that update. It does have a very quick effect date, doesn't give us any lead time on it. We were hoping that the LFA or the bill sponsor would accept the revised fiscal note, but they chose not to. So we're in a pickle. We're absolutely in a pickle.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
Yeah, just a question to the maker of the motion. You've moved to strike but no later than 60 days. What time frame then would that put on this motion? What would cause us to not continue to move it back and at the bottom of the priority list?
Vice Chair Wood.
Well, I mean, right now the timing would be when allowable state funds become available. So if we prioritize the legal requirements of the changing the website, that would prioritize before. So it would bump it down.
But to Member Kelly, if I can, Member Kelly, did you have a follow-up?
No, go ahead.
I just wonder, so technically, if any other legislative mandates came through, this would continue to get.
This motion could continue to get bumped, right?
That's what I'm understanding. Okay, Member Lear.
To Vice Chair Hart, just briefly, because some of us are contacting legislators about the issue that you just talked about. What is the fiscal note that our office determined?
Oh, what a great question. And I do believe that Mr. Uri is in the audience. The fiscal note for the revised fiscal note, I believe, I mean, we kept it, from what I understand, staff kept it very, very minimal. It was like 100,000, but because it would need, the work would need to be done after every single USBE meeting, the tagging and then the votes put with the agenda so that you can look at them, the follow along kind of feature, that would have to be done after every meeting. It would require FTE. I think it had an FTE piece and 100,000, but I could be wrong.
That's right.
Scott, did you have your light on?
Yes. Chair, $100,000 one time, half-time FTE sustained to support it.
So to clarify.
75,000 for the half-time FTE. Sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry. So to clarify
Thank
then,
you.
the 100,000 plus the 75, is
Correct.
that right? So 175.
100,000 one time.
Conservatively.
And then
Ongoing.
0.5 ongoing. Thank you. That's
Okay.
helpful.
So, and Member Davis, I'm assuming this is still for the overall motion. So let's go back to the amendment here. The motion then is to strike but no later than 60 days from the motion. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes 9 in favor, 6 in opposition. Those in opposition are Member Hall, Member Brenton, Member Kelly, Member Green, Member Carey, Member Bogus. Back to the underlying motion. Member Davis.
Yeah, I voted for this initially and supported it initially, just like I voted for the one we did in finance initially and looking at the waivers, federal waivers initially. That's been put on hold because the federal government Department of Education is in flux. This morning they announced that they want it disbanded this week or this month. I don't know. KSO could have reported that completely inaccurately. I don't know. But there's enough movement that it makes the last third of this motion a moving target. And I am not willing to spend the money in the moment unless we know in the next couple of months what is going to happen. If the contracts are already gone, we already know a bunch of those are gone, directives are going to go, rules are going to go, laws are going to go, then we need to get an idea of what we're paying for and what we're studying before we pay the money to study a moving target. It's all changed in the last month, in my opinion. 12 hours even more, yeah.
Member Carey.
Yeah, I think what Board Member Davis is actually supports this motion. I think it's irresponsible to receive these funds and not understand and know the cost that receiving those funds force upon this body. And we look at it and say, oh, it's free money. It's not free money. There's a cost of compliance with every dollar we receive from the federal government, and it is beyond, it's irresponsible not to know what those funds cost us. And we don't know. And so if the federal government says we're going to cut this program, we run the risk of making the mistake of saying, oh, well, we receive $1.5 million for that program. Look what it's costing us. But the reality is we're not losing $1.5 million because you have to deduct our cost of compliance from the amount we're receiving. And right now there is no one in this room or this building or apparently the state that can tell us what those costs are. And so, again, I think the wisdom of this is it allows us to plan, it allows us to prepare, and it allows us to impose a fiscal responsibility that we simply haven't had. And what's going to happen is there's some individuals who will run around saying, oh, look how much we've lost. Well, we don't know if we've lost that because we don't know what it cost us to receive that money. And that's all this motion does, is allow us to have transparency and to have fiscal responsibility to an extent that we have not had since I've been on the board. And if this information were readily available, the motion would be unnecessary. So I absolutely believe that the urgency is now, because as these funds, and they may or may not, but to the extent they may, I think we would want to know as a body, what is it costing us? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll briefly, before we jump into additional lights, speak in favor of the motion as well. I think it is important to know what we're getting into. This is, for me, less about money, more about what is happening, what is said cost that's happening. So anyway, I see here's the lights that I have on here. I see that Scott, are you jumping in this conversation? Okay, so Scott will give us clarity on availability of funds, and then I've got Member Kelly, Member Earl, Member Davis, and Member Lear.
So related to Vice Chair Wood's motion, which I apologize I didn't know that we were making this motion. I would have advised though, so I'll advise now through you, Chair. If we could pull the report back up. Remember, you set aside $250,000 for contingency money. So you have the option of, I just want to make sure you know that that's available in there, but it's committed towards contingencies as you define them, right? So if you would want to, prioritize the contingency fund now for legal requirements, now that we know what we know in the motion that was made, you can do that. I just want to make sure you know that it's available here. The reason why we didn't look at contingency for the other motion that was made by Board Member Carey is it just didn't, and maybe it does now, quite reach the level of contingency need, right, or extra. We just want to make sure that you're aware of that. I go through these reports too fast. I should have slowed down and showed you in the main body that you have some flexibility with the fact that every year you set aside an amount for contingency. If you as the board feel that this meets the level of a contingency, use of that particular $250,000, that might help. I hope I didn't confuse it more, but there is some flexibility there.
I don't know if confusion is there, but just a follow up to that comment.
Sure.
You're saying that regardless of the mandate that's coming from, or any other mandate that comes from legislators, this contingency could be used as part of this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, at your direction. Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Let's go to Member Kelly.
I just wanted to respond to Board Member Davis's comments. I appreciate her opinion and respect her opinion. But I would argue that this is exactly the reason why I think it's important to do this now, is because of all of this, all of what is happening. And I think to be in front of it rather than wait, to act instead of waiting to be acted upon, to have the information available to us to know how those federal funds are impacting the programs that we provide, and the cost of those, and how we can then act if indeed over the next month some of these things that are being rumored happen. I think we'll be more prepared to deal with those with the data that we receive from this audit. So.
Thank you, Member Kelly. Member Earl.
Yeah, I actually agree with Board Member Kelly on this, and I also think that there is long-term, we know in 4 years, we don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, we know in 4 years there's not going to be uncertainty again, right? I think for us to have a knowledge of what costs were associated with something helps us inform risk moving forward, and this will take just a little bit of time to get this. So I think it's to that preparation kind of a thing that we're prepared for, any other changes coming forward, because once we accept that financial risk or time or whatever, we also need to know what the flexibility is in that, or whether we want to take the risk. But anyways.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Thank you. I think we need to be clear about what we already know. We already know the number of federal dollars that come into us. We already know the cost that we incur as a state agency to implement those programs, even down to the fraction of employees. For example, Dr. Voorhees has a fraction of her salary, am I correct, paid for by federal dollars, and a fraction paid for by different funds, because aligning to the amount of time that she spends. So we don't need to pay $175,000 or $150,000 to learn these things in 1 and 2. What we don't know, and this is the hardest part for these auditors, and this is what they're going to have to figure out if we move forward. It sounds like the will of the group is to move forward. But let's be clear of what we want. The only thing we don't know is the same thing we don't know about the state funds, and that is the regulatory burden. That is the time on the LEA end that it takes that could be not funded. We do know some pieces of that are funded and paid for with federal dollars, but what we don't know is, are there additional time that is required that's not funded with those same dollars? That's what we have to figure out. Is that a simple question? I don't know, because we haven't figured it out as a state level. If you look at our regulatory burden boxes on our state code, they all say there's no burden. And why are we having a task force? So I just want to be really clear. If we're moving forward with this, it's not to find out, we already know number 1. We already know number 2. What we don't know is the second part of number 2, is how the LEAs implement if there are time costs in addition to the monies provided. And all those things, the contracts, directives, rules, and laws, we can do a back study to say, we told you so. But moving forward, that's probably all going to change. I just want to make sure we're aware of what we have and what we need and how we're going to get it and how it might be in flux moving forward.
I've got Member Lear and then Member Carey. I'd love to get to a vote pretty soon here. And Scott, you have your light on as well.
Just to add some background or clarity to this, when Board Member Carey approached me about this, yes, and I believe this is the same thing that Board Member Davis is saying. What we have all the direct costs, right? We have those labor costs, those hourly rates. It's the indirect costs that would take time for to measure and an auditor to do. So that's the additional reason. So I think she explained that well, and that goes to the history of behind this is staff don't really have the time to go in and do something that we could benefit from a third-party auditor on, if that helps.
Thank you. Member Lear.
I am not opposed to this motion if, and this is a big if it's a more holistic discussion. It's not just a matter to me or a difference to me of this is how much we're getting from the federal government, this is how much it costs us. It matters to me holistically who will serve those students with special needs, who will promote female athletes, who stands to protect what group, what regulatory body will be created at the state level to make sure that girls have an equal opportunity to participate as boys do. Who will make sure that the Title I schools have additional funding for the additional supports that Title I schools need. Those are schools that are predominantly in my district between Salt Lake and Granite. Who will make sure that those Title I schools are adequately funded? So to me, just comparing the cost of what federal supports or income, how does that compare to what it actually costs is not the discussion. It's who will stand up for the most vulnerable children and the schools that need us the most. It's not because I would look at this and say, oh, we're only getting $1 million from the federal government. I'm making these numbers up. And we're paying out $1.2 million in terms of salaries. That doesn't address anything for me. And believe me, I will sick those special ed parents on all of us because we need to support those children. And who's to say what I've always heard about this same discussion that's come up many times over the years? What I've always heard is this federal government, and we all know it's in chaos right now, but is the federal government going to still require things of the states even though we don't get the federal funding? So that's another thing. So I would say I can't support this, and I don't believe in hijacking motions. So I'm not going to add the piece about the holistic discussion of what services do we still need for our children. But I believe that if we have this discussion, it has to include that. It's not just it's a real cost-benefit analysis, not a cost versus cost.
Thank you, Member Lear. We'll go to Member Carey, then to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would say that we can't have that discussion to what Board Member Lear was saying. We can't have that discussion in earnest until we know the money that we're dealing with, and hopefully that's the goal. We're not just looking at this to say these are the dollars coming in, these are the dollars going out, but I think knowing that information provides the basis for us to have those discussions. I would like to make a substitute, if it's possibly a friendly, if Board Member Kelly would consider it as such, but instead of saying but no later than 60 days, it would say but no later than 65 days. And then in our discretionary or contingency account.
So let me just, we've already passed to remove the 60 days. I see that we're changing it to 65 days. So I believe that's in order. And so the motion then is to amend this motion to add, but no later than 65 days, and adding contingency. Let's make sure that that's where it needs to be. Where would contingency
in our discretionary or contingency account?
Or contingency account. Does that, is that your motion there? Does that work?
Yes,
Do
thank
we have
you.
a second? Second, back to Member Carey. Would you like to speak to that?
I asked the maker of the motion if that would be considered a friendly, and I'm not sure if it was presented that way, but procedurally, I don't know, if it's appropriate to do it that way, but if it is, I'd prefer to do it that way, but if not, we'll just make a formal motion.
The friendly would be without objection. Is there any objection on this? Yes, we have one, so let's go back to you to speak to the motion.
Yeah, Chair, I've already addressed my issues with that, but thank you.
Okay, so the motion then is to amend that the board add, but no later than 65 days, and adding or contingency. Let's, are we ready to vote? Hold on. So, I'm sorry, some clarifying question. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I just want to clarify, contingency is inside the discretionary. They're not two separate funds. The contingency is a line item within the discretionary fund.
Scott, can I ask you a question? I know you're in the middle of it, but you had mentioned, and I'm gonna wait for a second because this is relevant to the maker of the motion. Joe, when you're ready, I'm gonna ask a question that's gonna kind of be directed towards this whole thing. I want you to be able to respond if you need to. You had mentioned that the contingency is in the discretionary fund, but if the board determines this to be a contingency, how does one go about determining if we're not voting for it here? And I believe that's what the maker of the motion is trying to say is, let's put it to a vote. Is there a different process that we're missing, or is it just something that we can just do?
Chair, there's no set code or things on what you as the board deem contingency worthy, right? What I interpret the motion to be is that If we can get other funds within 65 days, we use those funds. At the 66th day, then I would use 150,000 of the 250,000. Do I understand that motion correctly, Chair Hymas, as made by the esteemed board member?
Who's he talking about? So, Chair, I would be okay if this matter had to come back to this body to determine if there was a contingency. I understand what you're saying now, and I think you're right. I never intended for this motion to substitute a separate determination. I just want it, because I also understand the concerns about the website and the need to make sure those funds are there. It does sound, given the pool of money, that we could do both. But I think being fiscally prudent would say, let's come back and re-examine rather than put an automatic trigger into this. So I would defer to the, my response is it was never intended to be an automatic trigger on whether a contingency existed or not. Thank you.
Well, let's keep the motion as is then, because I think it provides clarity. It doesn't change anything on your end, Scott, as far as I understand, but it offers clarity to the public and to the board that after we are voting to move this forward or not, and if we do vote to move it forward, then if we don't have the money in just the general pool, then on day 66, then it will be pulled from contingency. Am I understanding that correctly? Scott, please.
Yes, and it would allow us to go ahead and, since we do have an identified funding source, we can announce the proposal or we could work on that over the next 60 days. Because either way, we're going to make a decision on or have available funding. So if that helps.
Member Booth?
Okay, so I totally support the idea that we need to be making our decisions based on as complete as possible information. I feel just an uneasiness in the pit of my stomach. We have these two important priorities, but we also have the USDB bridge money of $4 million that didn't come through, and I'm really worried about those kiddos and their needs. With what's happening today in Washington, we don't know what could possibly happen for our special ed kids. If it's just, well, we'll send you the money when? I mean, but in the meantime, we've got all of these educators that are trying to make it happen for every one of these special children. I just don't want to be, this is not business as usual because everything is kind of unknown. Not everything, but that was a definite over-exaggeration, but a lot, too much is unknown. And I just want us to be thoughtful and careful so that we are keeping ourselves in a position where we can meet what I consider to be the primary needs, and that would be the children and the teachers that have to teach and nurture those children every day in the classroom. So no matter what happens in Washington, no matter what happens with our studies, no matter what happens with the legislature, we have to be prepared to step up with a new way of funding, a new way of supporting the work that needs to be accomplished, and there's just a lot of unknowns. So I'm just at a loss, not knowing exactly what to do. I know we got to comply with the law, but the law could be different by today at 6 o'clock, and who knows. So thank you. That was very helpful, I'm sure. But
Thank you. Member Bogus.
So I think we're kind of in a hypothetical state because even if this executive order comes down, Title I is codified, the ESSA is codified, and those don't go away with an executive order. Plans still have to be submitted to the federal government somewhere. An executive order cannot repeal acts. And so we've got some real hypothetical issues here that I don't know. I think we're in a space where we need to, actually, I'm going to go ahead and just call the question.
Perfect. The motion before the board is the call a question. Is there any objection? Okay. The new motion before the board is that we add but no later than 65 days in adding or contingency. Let's vote. You were closed out. Sorry. We've got 13 votes. We hit the close button. Let's reopen it.
It's okay.
Well, we've got 15 here, and we should vote. Let's revote. Okay, that amendment passes with a vote of 9-6. Those in opposition being Member Reel, Member Bollinger, Member Booth, Member Lear, Member Davis, Member Wood. This brings us to the underlying motion as amended. And the motion is that the board direct staff, when allowable, state funds become available, use $150,000 in our discretionary or contingency account to use an RFP to retain accounts to determine, one, how much federal funding has been received. You know what? I do need to start over. This is updated. It's still right now. It's this screen, so I can't. I know. There we go. We're back. Okay. The motion is that the board direct staff, when allowable, state funds become available, but no later than 65 days, use $150,000 in our discretionary or contingency account to issue an RFP to retain accounts to determine, one, how much federal funding has been received by USBE for the past 3 years, and two, the costs associated with administering those funds and the costs associated with complying with all federal contracts, directives, rules, and laws associated with those federal funds. Member Lear.
Two thoughts, aside from what I ranted about earlier. One is last 3 years would have one COVID year in it, so it's going to be somewhat skewed. And secondly, I am concerned, I'm voting no on this issue, also because accountants are not, they'll tell you the amounts of money, and they're very strict and clear about their very narrow lane. They will not provide the background of what's lost, what are the philosophical elements that are attached to this money. So I just have to repeat just briefly that we have to consciously have that as part of this conversation, and I'm going to trust that all of you care as much about those vulnerable populations as I do, so that it won't just be an apples to apples of money to money. It will be a bigger philosophical discussion of what do we stand to lose.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Yeah. I have an amendment that this does not include ESSER money or any money associated with COVID, or we'll get a false picture of what the actual reality is.
There's a motion to amend. Second. To not include ESSER.
Any COVID-related funds, how about that?
Member Davis, you want to look at the screen and make sure that your motion is captured.
Yes, and if I get a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
You have a second. Go ahead.
We know roughly that our portion of our budget from the federal government hovers around 6%, I think, give or take a little bit each year. So we already kind of have a general idea, but that just got topsy-turvy when COVID hit, and it was all lopsided. So I think if we want a rational look of what we're doing moving forward, you know, it's not going to include ESSER funds or any COVID-related funds.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is something that we did discuss when we were looking at the time frame. And again, this isn't about distorting the income to USBE. This is really to look at, we got all this COVID money, what did it cost this body, meaning USBE? This does not extend beyond this body. It is not our LEAs. I actually think this is going to skew in our favor because it's going to show that we received all these federal funds, and at our level, there wasn't a huge cost of compliance associated with the distribution of those funds. That was, I believe, borne by the LEAs. So we did look at that. I thought it would be important to know, we got these COVID funds, what did it cost this body to comply? Based on the conversations that I've had, I don't think it was significant. So if it skews in anyone's favor, I think it's going to be in favor of, yes, that was effective in the sense that we didn't burn up a higher percentage administering those funds as they were distributed to the LEAs.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, I actually, in my estimation, I think that this is going to show that there are a lot of state functions that we do in education that we actually rely on the federal infrastructure, and that when the federal funds, if you were to take away federal funds, it's actually going to hamper our state funds, because when the federal government gives us a program or assigns us a program, they assign personnel and they assign indirect costs. And everybody knows that it's probably more generous than it should be, because that's just how the federal government rolls. So then I do believe, in looking at our org chart and looking at our people, that some of our federally funded people handle our state programs. So I think knowing that I get $58,000 for Title I. The people that I work with on my Title I funds also have some state responsibilities. So what's important also to know is if state funds were cut or federal funds were cut, it's going to impact our state operations. So that's just as valuable to know as the other way, or it's just good information to get. My whole problem is that we are going to get called up to rules on laws that are passed by our state legislature if we don't implement them. We have a finite amount of money, and that's at the top of my mind. This is great information. I think that we're going to get some information that we didn't expect to get, and I'm quite interested in it. But I also have a competing problem in that I know that state legislators are here and they want their bills implemented. So I think it is going to be interesting information. I think we all have, my point is that we all have suspicions on what this would uncover, and I think it is important information to know how to move forward. I simply have the same problem here as I do with my own budget when I have competing things that I need to pay for, and I don't know where those monies come from. And we are, to Member Bogus's point, this is speculative. We've got one more day in the session, and it isn't over till it's over. So I feel like we're 2 days early in kind of knowing what we have and knowing what we can do. I think we need to do all the things. I just know that we don't have money trees. So I think, yeah.
You have a microphone?
Or the main motion?
No, I'm talking about, well, okay, fair. You're
Well,
right.
I just want to make sure I know.
That was a very
what
nice
you're-
way to say I
because
wasn't speaking to the
I agree with what you're
motion.
saying, but it doesn't sound like what taking out COVID funds would give a more accurate picture.
COVID funds, I think that the system is it's very messy right now. And COVID-related funds, they're still there, they're still lingering, and it is going to be even more complicating. So, I don't know, I'm even more confused than I was before, so great.
Perfect.
Chair?
It sounds like it's time for a vote.
Out or leave it- Wait, I have one more.
Please.
I can make an amendment to this, but if we're going to spend the money to do the audit, at the very least, if they're going to audit all these COVID funds that are going away, that were one time only, it's not going to give us an accurate picture of what we need to do moving forward. So at the very least, I mean, I hope this passes so we get actually a clear picture of what we need to do moving forward. But if it doesn't, I hope at the very least then someone else will make a motion to say that the auditors must separate. So when the report comes out, we understand what they're looking at from COVID, which again, I think would be a waste of money because that's going away, but we at least have it separated. That money was COVID related. This money is what you're really looking at from here on out and what really impacted education the last few years or forever.
So you mentioned maybe a motion. Is this still what? Okay, Member Kelly.
Just ask if to clarify what that amendment would be, because that I think it would influence my vote, but I think it would be important, as you say, to line item that out so that we know how COVID funds did impact those budgets.
Well, we're on the motion before the board then is made by Member Davis to add that the assessment does not include any COVID-related funds. Let's vote.
Are still in the system.
All right, that motion fails. 10 in favor, or 5 in favor, 10 in opposition. Those in favor are Member Hart, Member Booth, Member Lear, Member Reel, and Member Davis. This brings us back to the underlying motion, and we'll go to Member Kelly.
Board Member Davis, I would entertain a friendly if you wanted to make another motion to line item that out, because I do think that is important to know.
Member Davis.
So, I mean, if that's friendly and people don't oppose, then I would say that any funds related to COVID are line itemed out and separated so that we get an accurate picture of what was COVID related, separate from what has been ongoing traditionally federal funds.
Can we get that in the form of a motion? Something, yeah. Something, you know what I mean? Something that we can.
Yes, the COVID funds and the report separates the COVID funds from the ongoing typical funds.
We call it one-time COVID funds?
They are one time. It's a waste of money to study them. We already have all the studies on COVID.
Which of our staff
monies.
is keeping up with this?
Information on COVID.
Who's driving? Yeah, who's typing? There we go. And the reason I guess I'm asking who's driving. Member Davis, will you just keep an eye on this and make sure that this captures your intent?
Somebody else typing now. Now she's there. She's in the driver's seat.
Member Davis.
Yes, thank you.
Do we have a second on that? Second. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. So just kind of a point of order. We can move motions without objections, but there is really no such thing as a friendly amendment. And, yeah, but I would ask to vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, and that is to add and 3, that the audit separates the costs of COVID-19 relief funds from ongoing monies. Let's vote. As the vote is being prepared, just one last reminder on the underlined verbiage on the screen here, we're amending to add and 3, that the audit separates the costs of COVID-19 relief funds from ongoing monies. Voting is open. That passes unanimously. Now back to the original motion. And let's scroll up a little bit and I'll read that for us. The motion then is that the board directs staff, when allowable state funds become available, but no later than 65 days, use $150,000 in our discretionary or contingency account to issue an RFP to retain accountants to determine 1, how much federal funding has been received by USBE for the past 3 years, and 2, the costs associated with administering those funds and the costs associated with complying with all federal contracts, directives, rules, and laws associated with those federal funds. And 3, that the audit separates the costs of COVID-19 relief funds from ongoing monies. Member Lear.
65 days from the day they become available, or from today, or what's the 65 days from?
I believe it would be from this vote.
Pardon me?
From this vote today.
From this vote, okay.
Is that from the
pretty
maker of the
soon.
motion? Okay.
Okay.
Member Davis, or sorry, Scott, you got a hand up?
Chair, if I may, staff recommendation, change the term accountants to auditors. That accountants is not quite as definitive as auditors, and that auditors would help address Board Member Lear's concerns, right? Auditors tend to have the skills to do like performance-related reviews, where accountants are just, to her point, like strictly on the numbers. I know it's very picky, but it's an
okay.
auditing firm, so thank you.
So staff doesn't make motions, as you know, and you're
I
not
know.
saying to make a motion. So what I'm doing is I'm throwing this to the board, saying, is there anybody in this board who would like to make that motion? Member Lear. So the motion is that accountant be changed to auditors. Is there any objection to that motion? Okay. Thank you. Over to, that's going to be, so that's changed then. Member Davis.
Just out of all the debate, can someone just clarify, did we resolve that who decides if their funds are allowable and available? Do we decide that after the session? Is that what the decision was here after Representative Brooks' bill and the others things that we have to pay for get put out there? Is that what that means? Just want to make sure what we're voting on. We're going to
believe
decide
so.
within 60 days what we're required to do legislatively. Is that what that means?
Scott, are you going to answer that?
Yeah, well, so my interpretation, because staff execute the direction of the board, is that at the 66th day, I would use 150,000 of the 200,000 towards the auditors, and that we would use the remaining balance towards the, assuming the law passes, towards the website development.
If we don't change it in the next
If we don't
month.
change it, right.
Okay. The motion has been stated. Let's vote. That motion passes, 13 in favor, 2 in opposition, those in opposition being Member Lear and Member Reel. And I believe that closes out agenda item number 10. Is that right? That's all the action item. Scott, anything else? Okay. Board members, here's where we are. Do we have lunch here? And we have a superintendent report that should take 15 minutes. How we feeling? We've got 15 minutes. Let's get this superintendent report done, and then we will break for lunch. Scott's raised his hands higher than I've ever seen. I'm sorry, Scott, go ahead.
Sir, just checking on our understanding that at 12:30 is a time certain, is it not? For USDB, right?
We do have the USDB here at 12:30, yes.
Okay, just checking.
Can we eat and work? I think we've all done it before, yes. But
I'm certain, sir. Thank you.
it's not a time certain. Okay, we're in good shape. Let's keep moving forward then. Superintendent Dixon, we're going to turn time over to you.
I was just settling in tonight. There's a lot of movement. I'm just waiting for the dust to settle a little bit.
Okay, thank you, board members. So I was thinking about this month's meeting and the various places that I've been around the state and the various teaching opportunities that we have. And so in our office, we have adult ed and we have pre-K and we have everything in between. And we don't often focus on those entities, especially in the adult education. So first, I want to introduce 2 national award winners to you. There's just a lot going on. There's the teacher in me. I'm just going to let it settle.
Oh, yep.
Going to let it settle. I know. You use one of my signals, my bell, my chimes. I used to use chimes. So I was not aware of this award that is a national award, but we have 2 award winners of the what they call the COABE Awards. And so I'll talk about those in a minute, but let me back up and just talk about the importance of adult education. Just like our K-12 teachers in adult education, they inspire, they shape lives, they teach skills.
Ryan, the superintendent can see it here, just so you know. Just letting you know. Pardon me, superintendent.
It's okay. I feel like I'm in La La Land right in this moment. We'll get there. Okay. It's all right, Sybil. You okay, Ryan?
Okay, there we go.
You okay for me to keep going?
We're good now.
All right. I think we're all good. All right. So I have had the opportunity to be in adult education classes, to interact with our adult education teachers. We have an amazing staff who work with adult education. Stephanie Patton, when I'm out and about, people talk about her, ask about her. She represents us well. I am always amazed at how people kind of open their gifts at different stages in lives. If we all have gifts, and sometimes you see those open when kids hit school and kindergarten, and sometimes people take longer to find their way. And adult education is one of those places where teachers can still have a really big impact by teaching a new skill, forming a relationship that inspires. And so we have 2 teachers that we're going to honor in our adult education programs. There are a number of awards, but these 2 teachers got national awards in the following 2 categories. So the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, it honors excellence in adult education. Their mission is to inspire educators to help adults succeed and communities thrive. So they provide leadership and professional learning and advocacy and communication services that help people understand the importance of adult education and why that's something that we should be respecting as a place where there are opportunities for adults to not only survive but thrive. And so the national awards were created to honor individuals who make these make significant contributions to adult education. Clearly, I need caffeine. So the 2 awards are the Outstanding Teacher of the Year Award, and that was given to Hetty Miller, who works in an English Skills Learning Center. And then the incentive grant is an Innovative Educator Award, and that goes to an educator who supports activities or projects in the field of adult basic education through the secondary level. So Hetty Miller and Rachel Coleman are going to introduce themselves to you because they couldn't be here. And so we have videos of the 2 of them. So Ryan will launch those.
I've taught seniors, I've taught adults, and currently I'm teaching citizenship preparation with the English Skills Learning Center. I've always been in adult education, so that has always been something that is important to me. What I really love about what I'm doing now is really the essence of what I think adult education is. is helping people to integrate into the community, and it is a very welcoming community. I find that to be the case in Utah. And I think also as an adult educator in general, but here as well, that you become kind of a trusted source for adults who are trying to navigate their way in the community, so they can ask you questions about things that happen to them. Some of them are funny. Some of them are, my child said a specific word. Teacher, can you tell me what that word means? I don't know if it's a good word or a bad word. Or I received a letter in the mail. Can you help me with what this letter means? And I think that that's very, very important. I think also as an adult educator, you become part of a intergenerational learning community. So children see their parents as learners and as striving to educate themselves. So I feel that everywhere, but also in Utah especially, there's a sense of family pride and empowerment that you see with adults who are learning, and it's wonderful as an educator that you can be part of that. When people think about education, they often refer back to their own experiences in school, and they might view it through a lens of their high school or college experience, rather than what adult education is. Adult education is more of a community learning experience where adults bring to the class their vast experiences. So it's not just, I'm the teacher, I teach you. We also learn so much from our students. And I think that that's something that perhaps the general public doesn't realize. Adult learners bring with them so much. I just wanted to thank you for recognizing the importance of adult education and maybe looking at what adult education does. Specifically, what I do right now is teach citizenship preparation classes for legal permanent residents who are seeking to pass the citizenship interview and test. And so I take great pride in doing this because I know it's just a very important part for the lives of our students and for our community in general. And this entails learning about American history, civics, government, community integration, a little bit of reading and writing. And it's a very exciting kind of thing. So, and especially when people pass the citizenship test, I don't think there's a better feeling than knowing that you were maybe a small part of helping them to achieve this important milestone.
Good morning, USBE. My name is Rachel Coleman. I've worked in adult education for the last 9 years. The things I love about working in adult education is helping students achieve their career and academic goals. Another thing I really love about adult education is investing in students. I've worked with Mark Mattia and Stephanie Patton, and it's been such a joy. And thanks to COABE, the Coalition of Adult-Based Education, for the Innovative Educator Award.
There you have our two winners, national winners of adult education. That's pretty exciting. And again, Hetty is from Salt Lake District and Rachel is from Canyons District. So if you want to give them a shout out, a text, run into them somewhere, just we're very proud of them. I also want to highlight Andrew Jones and link it to a request that board member Earl had probably 2 years ago. Remember Earl, when she requested some discretionary funds to promote teaching and really highlight why I teach. And we've carried this on now through our finalists for Teacher of the Year. I've had the opportunity to be with Andrew Jones with his students. So he teaches special education at Viewmont High, and he does a great job of working in peer tutoring, unified sports, and coaches the Mighty Vikings in football on to victory. And to be with him on the field and see how it's so seamless, and the kids, it's just a natural part of who they are to work with their disabled peers, as well as the disabled peers working with their non-disabled peers in just a very natural way. And he's created that culture and situation, not only in his classroom, but throughout Viewmont High. So he sent me this video on why he teaches, and it really truly links back to the work that Member Earl started when she was trying to think of a way to promote positivity and encourage more people to teach. So with that, I give you Mr. Andrew Jones.
My name is Andrew Jones. I'm a teacher at Viewmont High School. I'm the head football coach. I'm also the head unified sports coach here. It is the honest, greatest job you could ever have.
All right, make sure that after you've done everything.
I grew up in Davis School District. I'm a Davis grown kid. I went to West Clinton Elementary. I'm a Clipper. And then I went to Syracuse Junior High. From Syracuse Junior High, I went to Northridge High School. It was small town at that time in West Clinton. I'll be honest, I was probably the only African-American kid in the class. People knew who I was, and it was awesome, and I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of friends. Off to junior high, I remember my principals there, and my basketball coach, Coach Paul. It was an awesome experience there at Syracuse Junior High School. And then Northridge High School, I had Coach Thompson and Coach Grisby and Coach Fernandez and Coach Lund. You know, I wasn't the best student, and school was hard for me. It was a little bit harder. It was a challenge. I had to study a little bit harder. Wasn't great at everything. I'm very severe dyslexic. I struggle with, sometimes writing things on the board, so sometimes I have to type it up, and the kids were like, "Coach, we got you. We'll help you." That's what education to me is about, is that piece. When my name got called, I was stunned. I'll be honest. I was very stunned, just because a little old guy from West Clinton Elementary, a kid that didn't know if he could make it through education, but it comes from all the people that believed in me and was there for me. My journey in education, sorry, this one's gonna be hard. My journey in education came from, because I wanted to coach from a lot of these mentors. One was Travis Lawn, that's our principal here at Viewmont High School. The guy would give you everything, the shirt off his back. He'd make sure you're welcome. Coach Fernandez, he was a tough love guy. He was gonna get after you, but he was also gonna be the first one to put your arm around you and help and coach you the way to get it right. And then the third reason why I wanted to coach was Coach Thompson, which has Lou Gehrig's disease right now. And he just got inducted to the Hall of Fame in Ogden. And he did it because of love. And I would have never dreamed of this. I lived the greatest life because of those three. Someday I hope they'll realize how much they've changed my life. Coaching is my passion, teaching is my passion, and loving is my passion. When a kid wants to sit and talk, we should put our pencil down and listen. They want to open up. It's okay not to grade right now. So when my whole deal is when a kid walks in the door and we're at practice and he wants to hang out and just talk to me about his favorite football team or what's going on in college football, I'll sit and listen, because it's starting to build that connection and that rapport. We have to support everybody. It's a football and it's football only. That doesn't work. And I tell my kids this, you guys, we preach family. So we do senior night for everybody. Because football has a very big senior night. And so I am a big believer that we do senior night for every sport. So we do it for band and choir and drama. We just bought 70 tickets for the play here in February. It's so funny, the other day, the drama kids for the play came up and talked to our football players about what the play's about. So the football team will all go to the play together. And so the kids can see, I'm not just the football coach that is just gonna worry about the football program. When a player and a parent's coming up to me when they call their name on senior night, I'm telling them, thank you for the opportunity to coach you. And thank you for the opportunity to serve you. People think we change their lives, but they've also changed our lives. High school's a short time frame, and kids, they deserve so much of that experience, right? They deserve the crowds and the cheers, and when you watch the seniors walk off for the last time, I get emotional because it comes from love, and that's my passion. I'm on the heart transplant list, and so time is short. And so you got to make things matter to people, because you don't know. We don't know when's the last time some of these kids have been, I told I love you. We don't know when's the last time this is going to be it. And so you better make it count. So we make sure kids are loved. We make sure kids are welcome. And when they leave our practices or games, we always end with I love you, because that's what it's about. I'm Andrew Jones, and I teach.
So I'll just let those words settle in with you, but whenever I see Mr. Jones, it's so easy to tell him I love him, and it describes how I feel about all of our teachers. And it doesn't matter whether they're teaching pre-K or adult education. Our teachers show up with the intent to do their very best work every day, and I think it's our responsibility to give them the policy, the tools, and the resources at the LEA level so that they can turn around and support their teachers. And it's why he teaches, why Mr. Jones teaches, why Hetty and Rachel show up with their adults. It's the very reason I've shown up for 44 years, because I care about the youth, and it's why you work so hard to run and get on the board, because you care about youth. And that's a common bond that should get us through any policy discussion, whatever that might be. And I always have hope at the end of a very hard legislative session. And I do so because I feel like we have people on the ground, boots on the ground, who just show up every day and make it happen with our families intact. So between that partnership, we can make anything happen. And thank you for the time to highlight these great individuals.
And Jamie?
Is Jamie here? Oh, I didn't see Jamie. Jamie, I'm so sorry. You were both there. Jamie, thank you. We've been surrounded by beautiful art this morning, so tell us all about it.
Everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Jamie Workman, and I am the BTS specialist for this wonderful organization. And I'm always honored to come and show some of the things that are happening in the schools. Although after that emotional thing, I'm feeling that's a hard thing to follow, so I'll try not to cry, because I was crying back there. So all of this art comes from our Weber area. So Weber University works with all of our BTS teachers in the area. And so represented here is Mr. Braun at Polk Elementary at Ogden School District, Ascent Academy with Mr. Lamb, Greenwood Charter with Ms. Stewart, and then And in all of these, there are lessons about math, there's lessons about science, and there's lessons about social studies and English. But one I wanted to really highlight is one we don't get to highlight as often because we show mostly the 2D visual arts, and that is the theater production. And Lakeside Elementary, also from Davis School District, did a musical of Newsies Jr. And all she sent me were a couple of lines, and we did music, English, theater, social studies. That's all I heard from her, so of course I say, hey, can you tell me a little bit more of the standards? And what she provided was an amazing example of the amount of core standards that a theater production can use. She identified 22. It's also a great example of getting the full school involved with arts integration. Almost every 3rd through 6th grader, that's 124 students, were actively in the production. All other students that either couldn't or didn't want to be, or when on the younger levels, did a visual arts lesson and created newspapers, and that decorated their auditorium. And for this, they studied a lot of social studies and the time and what was happening in that time. And a lot of English to how do you create newspaper headlines? How do you take a big amount of information and put it in a term or a sentence? And so I invite you all to take a closer look, because some of them are very small pictures, but know that the whole school, for one theater production, every student in that school was represented in this action of the Newsies. So thank you guys for letting me come and tell you a little bit about the art. And if you ever have follow-up questions, I'm happy to answer or connect you with the amazing artists and teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, that concludes the report. We will go to lunch. We will be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
My work up at the legislative session is done. I just hang out for committee. So. Yeah, I was going to ask you, doesn't your church have a school? They do, yeah. We have a very small. Yeah, that's right. We're organizing a vendor fair. For if it's all students or anybody else. It's going to be at Lake Christian, which is not that far from you. So. It's actually on Chris on my way home. Chris Spatter. Okay. Yeah,
well, okay, so we made it more robust, and we give them like categories.
Okay.
All right, board members, thank you. We've got a quorum here, so we're going to get moving. And is Joel ready online, Superintendent Coleman?
Yes, I am.
Yes, he is. And I'm going to turn time over to you unless you need help, Superintendent. You let us know how we can help you. Otherwise, you're off to the races here.
Okay, great. Could we just maybe have Superintendent Tanner or Superintendent Patton kind of run the meeting like I would normally, and I'm here in case I need to chime in?
I actually offered that to Superintendent Tanner, and she said you were going to do it. So
You can see here that all the topics and everything are in alignment with the same data governance plan that was given by the Board of Education. So, and we're seeking your approval so that we can move forward with that and put it in our policy manual.
Could I make a
yeah, Vice Chair Hart.
I thought it was a very thorough data plan.
Go to the next tab. I'll pull that up here. You can pull that up here. You can see this. These are the topics that were approved. These are the topics that were approved. All the approved items. These are the topics that were approved. All the approved items. They're using those items. All the approved items. They're using those items as they were approved, and we are in the process now. Amy Breinholt, who you met last month, is putting together.
You can see on this report.
Amy Breinholt, who you met last month, is putting together.
You can see on this report is 35.2 million. We had more expenses of 35.5 million, leaving us in a deficit of 242,000. That is comprised of a few items. One is the Twilla School District billing of $300,000. And we are working with both Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones and Deborah Jacobson and getting that as soon as the governor signs the bill. And the $700,000 for the shortfall that was in Medicaid because the Department of Health and Human Services overestimated the percent of claims that they reimbursed us on. And they did that to every LEA in the state. So everyone is struggling with that. In addition to that, transportation, as we all know, is a very high price tag, and we'll be submitting another request for an additional transfer from your office. So in the interim, while the governor's signing the bill, we'll probably see that deficit continue to increase next month and maybe the month after, but hopefully we'll have the money back by then. But we still have cash on hand, which is good. The number of students that we have serving on campus is 389, so a large increase this year as was predicted. And those are accurate numbers, and we're still struggling, and we've got, 30 to 40 next year that we know of in coming through. So we're straining for our facilities to have space for them and the educators to teach them. The number of students receiving services, this is including the outreach, 2,350, and then the student services that are provided is almost 5,000, 4,857. So extreme growth in those last two categories as well. The three funds that we always report to you is the Land Grant Enrichment Fund, And I just want to bring to your attention, I made one mistake. In that column for January 31st, 2005, can you see the $912? That's in error. That amount should be $581,253. So our balance in the Land Grant Enrichment Fund as of the end of January 31st was roughly $957,000. So I will correct that when we do the February report. So I apologize for that. The donated fund is roughly $286,500, and our education foundation is $1.2 million. Now, this is the financial report. The next 2 pages is the budget status report that gives, this is, Board Member Booth just kind of asked a question before the meeting started. These numbers all come off the state accounting system, FINET, that we incorporate and tie into and reconcile to. And so these are all solid numbers incoming in. And that just shows the revenues in the green. And then the section down below is our operating expenses. Michelle, if you could tab down, there you go, in that pink and red. My wife always says my color of pink is off, but that's pink to me. Anyway, and then we have enrichment funds in terms of the revenues coming in from the Land Grant Trust Fund and all the expenses associated with enrichment that we're going to get to in just a minute. So with that, Madam Chair, before I get to the enrichment funds, are there any questions that anyone may have?
I see no lights, so you can proceed.
Okay, great. Enrichment funds, the progress report, the balance that was that you approved back in May last year, we have spent $676,083, leaving us a balance of $725,000 to be spent from now through the end of the year. So we're making good progress on that, and we have the trips coming up.
Someone online, can you hit mute?
So with that, Madam Chair, that is my financial report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but we appreciate all your support.
Member Davis?
Are all of the enrichment funds encumbered?
Well, they're designated. I wouldn't say encumbered. We've set them aside. As you may remember, the associates meet with their directors and the directors meet with their teachers, and they come up with a list of projects and activities they would like to have funded. And then we take that to the advisory council. The advisory council vets them, asks questions, and then once that they feel comfortable with them, they make the recommendation to you as a board, and you as a board vote to approve them. And so we need to spend the money according to your approval.
Mm-hmm. And maybe this is probably a conversation for the USDB committee, just trying to think through if there's any flexibility financially, because after PEA, I thought, okay, we got a bridge year. Now seems like the bridge year, the bridge collapsed.
We are having internal discussions, and we'll probably bring some of that up on Tuesday morning in terms of there's some positions that work directly with the kids in regards to these enrichment funds that we may be proposing to use the enrichment to kind of as a bridge loan, so to speak, to get us through next year while the committee is doing their work.
Follow-up? No? Okay. Any other board members have questions? No. Moving on.
Thank you.
I believe the next is the superintendent report, so we could let Joel.
Maybe I can start first,
Please.
if that's okay, and then I'll turn it over. I'll talk about the stuff that's not that fun, and then we'll let Superintendent Tanner and Superintendent Patton talk about the fun stuff. So the superintendent report this month, board members, has to do with kind of what Board Member Davis just brought up. In the final EAC meeting on Friday last week, the EAC, the Executive Appropriations Committee, did support retaining the appropriated building funds and holding on to those during the study that happens this next year. They did not approve additional ongoing funding requests for next year for the personnel and so forth for increases. So we're just starting that budget formulation work, like Mr. Epi mentioned, and that commences now in earnest. This is our springtime planning program that we do every year, and it'll be a little more intense this year because we're really searching the couch cushions for change, even though we've been doing that for several years. So there will be more to follow after we meet next week with the USDB subcommittee on Tuesday. We'll have that meeting. And we're actually really looking forward to the interim planning efforts that will happen between now and November, when we have been asked to report, we meaning you as a board really, to report back to the legislature about the future of how we see USDB working out. And then just wanted to mention a major thank you to the board members who participated so much. I realize this session isn't actually over until midnight, but it's just been amazing. And I've heard that from a lot of people, secondhand and firsthand both, that they've been very impressed with the efforts that you've all made to advocate for all of your priorities, not just USDB, but including USDB. And so with that, I will turn it over to the two associate superintendents to report to you on the stuff that we really care about and the reason we're here, which is the activities and the programs where we work with the students and their families. So Superintendent Tanner, if you wouldn't mind going first, and then Superintendent Patton.
Okay, we got a lot going on in March. So the things we've been invited to participate, our students have been invited to participate in pickleball, a competition at in Washington, D.C. Gallaudet University is helping pay for that so that we can go over there and start getting that going. So obviously we have to start practicing. So that's a good thing. We're probably not going to perform the best, since I don't think that's been the sport they've been focusing on. We also have done very well at our STEM and drone, ROV, robotics competitions. So much so that we've been invited to the World Championship. Yep, so we're going to do that for our students. Our students are participating in that. Another thing that our students have been participating in for it's been going for 40 plus years. It's called the Academic Bowl. And our students participate with that. It's a lot like Jeopardy. And you don't have to ask it in the form of a question, but there are rounds, there are questions. It's very competitive. And they did so well at regionals that Gallaudet is paying for them to go to the national competition. That is happening in April. So they're getting ready for that. And tomorrow I get to be on the opposing team. And I really hope it's not embarrassing, because that's going to happen. They ask some questions that are really tough. I'm just going to tell you. So I'm really impressed, because it's an academic achievement that they have done very well on, and we're very pleased with that. We also have some students that will be going to Boston to study and learn about the history and things that are going on in the history of American history back in the day, and that's happening about the same time that we have the trip that's going to Japan. And I think it's important we always emphasize that these funds do not come from operating funds. In fact, it's not taxpayer dollars. It comes from land that the USDB owns, that USDB is, we should say owns. We are responsible for the trust, and we are responsible to use it to enrich the lives of deaf and blind children across the state of Utah. And it actually has a caveat that we're not supposed to use it for operating funds. We are not allowed to. So we pick enriching activities. And for the deaf school, these enriching activities are critical for language development, because when you don't hear what's going on around you, you are at a deficit to understand what's happening around you. And so they often are limited in their experiences and don't get to go on trips. Or like even on a basketball team, they don't get to be fully participants in those things. So these funds help to make it so our students get the same equal access to the same activities that other schools offer for other activities. So it's a great opportunity. We're really looking forward to this month and to the April, and we're already heading into doing summer camps. And at this point, I've already had and I'm going to have to limit it, believe it or not. I have 66 proposed summer camps right now. 66 of our staff members are wanting to put out a camp out there, and we had 41 last year. So it's overwhelming to manage, but the children benefit. The children do great. If we have summers where they don't have language, can you imagine not understanding for 6 months, everything's being said around you? It's a big deal. So we do value the summer camp. So we're in the process of getting those ready as well.
Great, thanks, Michelle. So, yeah, but we're kind of doing some of the same things with, I'll let you know some of the enrichment activities that we have planned. First of all, tomorrow is the Braille Challenge, and that's put on by the Braille Institute, but USDB, we do support that, and so that's very exciting because kids come from all over the state, and they compete in Braille competitions, and that will be held at DSBVI if you get a chance. I know none of you have anything to do, but if you get a chance, you can stop by and see it. It's quite the experience. The other thing is we have our stateside adventure they're going to San Francisco, and the School for the Blind used to do study abroad programs, and then a few years ago we decided that completely different from the School for the Deaf because we have different needs, School for the Deaf versus the School for the Blind. But all of the study abroad programs that we were participating in, we really could do in the States. We could have more kids participate in it, and we could do it possibly, we haven't done this yet, but possibly a couple of times a year. The main purpose for that is access and teaching our students how to navigate through an airport when they're blind or low vision, navigating through different public transportation systems in large cities, what kinds of questions to ask. In one of the experiences I was in, our teacher said, okay, we've now got, it was purposeful, we were in the wrong area. We did it wrong, purposefully. And she said to our students, who we had 5 of them that were completely blind, she said, what skills are you gonna need? What skills? And they were like, I don't know. And she's like, well, then you need to ask somebody. You got to find somebody to ask. And I, of course, was like, is this right? Let's see, it doesn't seem, but you should have seen how uncomfortable it was for the kids to go up and ask a total stranger, but yet they needed to have those skills. So that's the purpose of a study program, a study abroad. When I say study abroad, we're doing stateside adventures instead of study abroad. We're also, and that's open to students who are blind, visually impaired, or deafblind statewide. So they're not students that only USDB are serving either on in our campus programs or in our outreach. It's statewide. We also want the teachers of the visually impaired who are serving those students to apply to go as well, because we pre-teach, it's very rigorous on what we're pre-teaching for them to be able to go on these trips. And if we can have a teacher of the visually impaired or their orientation mobility services teacher, which is cane travel and really traveling, if we can pre-teach that and reteach after the experience, it just makes it so much more effective for our students. We're also doing what's called Epic Road Trip. I had to get the epic right. The Epic Road Trip, and I don't know, it's epic in that we're going to Idaho. But oh well, our high school, it's going to be our high school trip, our Bridges High School trip, but then we're also opening it up statewide for students who might need some more supports than our students who only have, I shouldn't say only, but they have the blindness and low vision and possibly don't have any other needs. So we're taking quite a few, but this is going to the Idaho School for the Blind. So we're working in conjunction with the Idaho School for the Blind for them to be able to associate with some peers and do some activities with them as well. And that's coming up in May. So you also got something from me as far as we send that out for the TVI memo, and the purpose of that is that our teachers of the visually impaired statewide know exactly what's going on with the activities for the School for the Blind, and they have been so great. Again, not only teachers that work for USDB, but for other districts in making sure that information is dispersed to the parents. One of the focuses that we have switched this year, which we will continue to kind of turn is that we're wanting to support families in involvement with some of these enrichment funds. We have the opportunity this year to participate in the Four Corners Campabilities, and USDB puts on a Campabilities camp every year, and this year we will not be doing that in Ogden because we're going to be sponsoring some students to go to Flagstaff, Arizona, to participate in their Four Corners Campabilities. It's the same entity, Campabilities, will be running it. But with that, their campabilities, the parents have to take them. We just can't send a bus of kids down. Their parents have to take them. So the parents will be experiencing this with those students, and we've gotten some good feedback as far as parents wanting to be involved in it. The other thing that we're doing is with the enrichment funds, there's 2 line items. One of it was for students to apply, and the other one was for families to apply. And we've been able to, it actually went out just a couple of days ago, the TBI memo, and we're wanting more students and more families to apply because this is the LEA activity support. And students can apply for specific help in, for instance, we had one student that wanted to attend his band competition that was back east, but he's blind. He's blind and he needs some more supports. And so he was able to apply. The advisory council is the ones that approve this. We don't approve it as USDB administration, but it's to promote inclusion into their schools and to help them participate in their local schools. And the same thing for the family extracurricular activities for the blind. So if you have more questions about that, I'm happy to answer those. It's the first year we're doing this, so we're trying to kind of form it this year, but I think we're moving in the right direction with that. The other, just besides the enrichment activities or whatnot, we had 2 kind of audits last week. We had our UPIPS audit with our special education. And that went well. We don't know yet, but we have our first week our first meeting next week to go over some of the findings, and that will come out. And then we also had our accreditation from Cognia on Thursday. So we had UPIPS Tuesday, Cognia Thursday, and I think our teachers and our paraeducators and some of our staff were like, okay, now which is which? So we don't know, and it's like it doesn't matter. Just do your thing. It's all good. Anyway, we got some good feedback. It was the Cognia accreditors, I was in Ogden, Michelle was in Salt Lake, and it was really enlightening and just actually wonderful. I was able to go to all of the deaf classrooms and the blind classrooms, and the accreditor that was with me, she kept saying, I can't believe what's going on here. I can't believe, that these kids are paying such attention to one teacher, just the communication with the deaf school, and then she was able to witness a Braille instruction with our blind students, and it just always is validating to hear because it's not Michelle and I and Joel, it's the teachers and the students that they're amazed with. It's not what's happening here. It's actually the work that's being provided, and it was great for them to see that.
Yeah, we tried to prep them to tell them everybody who comes and sits in the classrooms and observes leaves with a life-changing experience, is usually how they responded. And she literally came at the end of the Cognia accreditation and was like, just my heart, I don't even have words. She was so impressed and had such a great experience. Obviously, we've not read the report, but I couldn't speak enough positive things. It was a fantastic accreditation visit. And of course, UPIPS is intense, but we were ready for it. We're hoping for good things. We always know there's errors. There's always a finding here or there, but that's how you get better. If you don't have findings, you don't know what you need to improve, so we're cool with that too.
And then just the last thing I wanted to mention was that we're looking at, I had the blind directors, the directors that work for the blind school, we were looking at different creative ways that we're going to possibly need to make some changes based on the lack of funding that we're going to get. And I was so impressed with our directors and the creativity and the ideas that they brought up. I just wanted you to know that we're actively looking at ways to bridge the gaps there, because we know it's going to be rough. Yeah. It's going to be rough, and I appreciated the attitude that they had, that it wasn't, because anyway, it's kind of like, oh, just but they really were able to buoy me up in the fact that they had ideas, and I really appreciated that. So that's all I have.
Yes, so I don't know if you want to tackle this. I know I don't, but maybe Dr. Voorhees does or will. But I don't think people understand just how intense UPIPS is, or even what UPIPS is. And it's a rite of passage, and it's similar to hazing. I'm kidding, but only sort of. But to have UPIPS and Cognia at the same time. Same week?
Same week.
Same week, 2
Tuesday
days
was
apart.
UPIPS, and then
the
Thursday.
next time that happens, call us. I'm
Well,
sure
but,
there is
Cognia
someone.
actually were scheduled on the 13th of February, and then they
had to
said we
reschedule.
can't, so we're coming on the 27th, and we were like, we got to get this over with, so
Oh
that's fine,
my.
we'll do it.
So, UPIPS, how do you describe it in 2 sentences there, Dr. Voorhees?
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Interim Deputy Superintendent. Demonstrating that an LEA is compliant with all the requirements in the Individuals with Disabilities Act and improving outcomes for students with disabilities.
And I love it.
Was that 2 sentences?
That was 1 sentence, I believe. It was a compound sentence. And I am impressed that, knowing UPIPS, which I meant that affectionately, we like the feedback. The feedback is very helpful. But it's intense. And for you all, with the student population that you're serving, it's doubly intense.
Yeah.
Every student has a unique set of circumstances.
If I may, I could explain a little bit. We
Please.
had 19 reviewers come, and they went to 3 different campuses. And so some came in and were reviewing files with a very fine tooth comb, checking all the buttons and everything and making sure. But then they would take those files and go sit in the classrooms to see if we were implementing the IEPs for these children with fidelity. So, which is a great review. You get to learn a lot when you do that. And they interviewed all different staff members, teachers, paraprofessionals, related service providers, the directors, the special education, Susan and I. So it's a pretty intensive review, very thorough, and when you do these things, you're just like, it's like letting your mother-in-law come over to your house and check through the couch cushions and find stuff. Hopefully we have a nice mother-in-law.
Sorry, Dr. Voorhees. But that is meant with the most affection possible. And then Cognia is our accreditation that we go through in order to be accredited, so that our students can get national scholarships and can do national things. It's the stamp of authenticity, so to speak. So congratulations for that.
Thank you. If I may, the UPIPS team, they were delightful. And they talked to all of the educators that because it's nerve-wracking for our staff, right? And we try to say, we're not worried about this. We just do our thing. We let them see what we do. But they were really great on conveying the meaning behind it, and also that they wanted to see the practical application for the students. And we really appreciated that. So there is that. They did an amazing job.
And the truth is, we wouldn't joke about it if it was something that we dreaded and hated and wasn't a meaningful experience. We just wouldn't speak about it. So that really, truly, that's a great accomplishment. Congratulations to your staff. And I hope that you get a little bit of a breather, quite frankly. Did that conclude your presentation? Superintendent, did that conclude your presentation?
Almost.
Okay,
if I
go
could
for
make
it.
one quick comment, then we'll be finished. I think, well, first of all, I was sitting here thinking, our meetings are better when the associate superintendents do all the talking anyway. But I hope the board noticed something, and what we've been through lately with policy, legislation, funding, all of those matters. I tend to own that. I take it home with me. That's what a superintendent does. But if you can just imagine the amount of work that the associates do, they help me with all of that. And they also help the people under them and support them in the ways that they just described. And they are literally incredible, not just as humans, but anyone in their position. It's awesome to watch. And so I just hope the board got to feel a little sense of that from our brief reports today. We're very fortunate to have the kind of leadership we do at USDB. So that's the end of my report. And thank you for just allowing me to participate remotely today.
Thank you. And now to Member Wood, Vice Chair Wood, please.
I'm just waiting for you to turn it on for me. So you all could see the summary of actions within our backup. I just had a couple of things just to confirm. We will start on Tuesday with our first public meeting. We had a couple of planning meetings where we talked about how is this going to work. Starting up a brand new committee is somewhat of a challenge, and we want to make sure that the public is engaged, that we can have time for public input, but we also know that sometimes we have to do the deep dive into things that will be about students, about safety, about things that are more of requiring a closed meeting. So we will be starting up officially on Tuesday. We'll have a first hour where we'll have a work session that will be kind of that deep dive into the funding aspect now that we know that that bridge funding was not available. And I do appreciate the work that the superintendents are doing to just figure out what's next, how do we move forward, and what's best for our students. And then the second hour will be a public meeting. USDB has volunteered an interpreter, so we will have an interpreter. It is a Zoom meeting, but we'll have an interpreter so that it's open to all public. That was important to our committee members, that if we're going to have a meeting about these families and about these students with these needs, that we needed to make it accessible to them. And then at the end of the PEA memorandum to the EAC, they provided a 4-page document full of questions that they want researched for the next 6 months, and ultimately ending up in a report to Public Education Interim on November 15th, I believe. So that will be our work for the next 6 months, is figuring out how to divide up the categories and working on buildings and funding and long-term funding, and we'll move forward with this challenge.
All right, thank you. Any other items for USDB? I see a light. Member Lear.
And Leanne, remind us, or Vice Chair Wood, please remind us who the committee members are on your USDB committee.
So I am vice chair. Member Booth is I guess I am chair of that committee, and Vice Chair Booth will be vice chair. And then we have Member Brinton helping to represent our southern Utah area because we have a campus down there. And then we have our finance chair, Member Davis, and then Member Earl.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions?
I just want to say I got to visit the southern 2 campuses, and on Wednesday go with Michelle and visit USDB. I didn't make it over to the blind school yet, but it just warmed my heart to see the needs that they have, how they're bursting at the seams. But the work that they do there is magical. Like watching the children light up when Michelle comes in the room and starts to interact with them was amazing. And I'm so grateful for the work that they do. And I had a nephew that came along, and my sister-in-law. My nephew was born with, I can't remember what it's called, LVA, that's right, LVA. So he went deaf progressively as he was little. He's got cochlears now. You would never know. He has little dreadlocks at 12 that cover his cochlears, and he's this like little pro skater and trick skier. But to listen to him talk, you wouldn't know. And I'm sure that's because of the foundations that were laid there, and then the work they did with the cochlears. And I just am so grateful and excited to do whatever I can to help on this committee.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to our next agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team.
Thank you, Superintendent Coleman. Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. For sure. Thank you. Let's continue on. Thank you. I just want to remind the board, we did postpone something to after lunch. We're going to wait a few more minutes, so let's move on to agenda item 11, our 2025 general session legislative session. It says session twice in there. Okay. And do we have, it's 11.1 information on the legislative budget summary. So Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, if you'll take it away.
Yes, sir. I just need to pull it up on my laptop. For review for this particular item, we just wanted to make sure that the board members and public are basically caught up on where things lie with funding as we approach the last 2 days of the session. There is a Executive Appropriations Committee meeting tonight. It's at, I think, it's at 4. There will be some other actions that take place, but nothing really. It's pretty quiet as far as public education appropriations go. So point is, we're not anticipating any changes to any amounts that I'm just going to kind of walk you through here shortly. There'll be some technical changes that ultimately leads to what is called the Bill of Bills. So when the Bill of Bills comes out, that is really the catch-all for where we finally finalize what is for public ed as far as additional money goes. Base budget already passed. The governor signed it. So the Bill of Bills just basically does what I'll help walk you through here with some additional technical changes that will occur tonight. We'll be listening in on EAC if the board meeting's still going on, and if there's something that jumps out of that, I'll make sure leadership is made aware, and Board Member Davis is the Finance Committee Chair. Okay, so this is very busy in the sense of a lot of detail in this. So if we could just go down to, I had thought we had color coded it, but I guess this is, oh, there we did. Okay, so I'll call it, so it's after the blue, it's gold colored, but before the yellow. Okay, some people say, well, they both look yellow, but we tried to do gold, so blue, gold, yellow. I call your attention for your review on the particulars of items that or funding that you had requested. What this does is it basically shows you also, so again, following the process, right, we start early on, right after the session, we get to the point in October where, in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act, we submit a proposal to the governor's office. Revenue becomes clearer around the December-January timeframe. We get into the session. This particular session, everybody was made fully aware that it was going to be a tough session in the sense of revenue pressures that we were experiencing as a state. And so you as the board had revised your original request to be along the lines of these requests here. So just key takeaways from this are, as you can see, for example, the Public Education Appropriations Committee had recommended $325,000 as a portion of your request for critical FTE needs. It was your number 2 priority. They had done $325,000 with an emphasis on it being prioritized for the UPAC investigator or attorney position. So kind of consistent with what all agencies are experiencing this year is not a lot of support to FTEs, whether it's with one-time money or those types of things too. So EAC has not recommended, and so it would likely not show up in the bill, that we would get that $325,000 to go for those critical FTEs. Another process that you took is, as we all are aware, the law required the 4% increase to the WPU. This was your first priority. So, I kind of went out of order here, but when you revised, you originally had requested 3% above the 4% mandated. You revised that to 1% above the WPU, or I'm sorry, above the inflationary amount for a total of 5%. Last week, you probably are all familiar by now with the governor's announcement and President Adams and the speaker that teachers will receive raises. The money that is necessary for that was highly probable, highly likely, pretty much told was the case, is that that money that would have gone to the, because PEA supported that recommendation of 1%, but as we got, into last week or towards the end of last week, they used that money to, or in order to fund the raises to the teachers. So there will be just the 4% increase to the WPU. What I'd like to do, Chair, at your direction, is just pause here and see if there's any particular questions on the gold portion, which we really tried to capture, where things are at as far as your requests go. And then, same kind of situation with the USDB bridge money, with the $4 million. Not a lot of support this year for FTE, or not for FTE increases. So, but grateful for the other increases.
Thank you.
Any questions there?
Yeah, we do. Let's start with
Okay.
Member Lear.
Thank you. Scott, I heard some, what should I call it? Uncertainty about the teacher salary increases. And how, I heard some uncertainty about teacher salary increases, how those would fit into district procedures, for lack of a better word. And it is ongoing, but did you know if that was ever figured out or resolved?
Chair, no, I don't. I don't have any knowledge at this point that it has been completely resolved. I know that it was addressed, but I can check and see if there has been further development or resolution towards that. I would anticipate we would have it by the end of the session, which I know is tomorrow, but I'd need to check and follow back up with you on that. In
I
particular.
would personally like to know how that is smoothed out, because I think I know everybody's really, really grateful for this.
Sure.
But I would like to know how it's going to blend in well with LEA's payment of teachers.
Sure.
And professionals.
Yes. Yeah. I can do that, Chair.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Can anyone help us understand what the messaging is around it? Because last time there was a teacher salary supplement, they told LEAs this is in addition, not to supplant the raises to teachers. But I'm wondering if we've heard from any of our local LEAs if the 4% is if they're gonna even be able to break even on the 4%, because it's a 5-year rolling inflation, right? And so the inflation's been pretty high the last year or two. Mm-hmm. So with 4% being a little lower, are they gonna be able to break even, maintain to zero? And then are they going to be expected to, I see Joy Lynn, a local board member, shaking her head no. But then I just want to know, is it like the last educator salary supplement where they're going to say, this is in addition to whatever you would have given in raises out of that 4%? Because then it's going to really be lopsided.
Okay. So Chair, I think there's questions within the question, right? So first of all, just through you, I'll address the question of, is the 4% sufficient enough to offset the inflationary pressures that our LEAs are under? My answer would be no, not in every case. Although I can't really give an example where anyone has said 4% would be enough to address all the inflationary pressures that we've all experienced here in the last 3 to 4 years. I mean, it simply is what it is, in the sense of, when we agreed to, as part of the whole Amendment G process, that we would use the 5-year rolling average of the inflationary percentages less energy and food. Well, typically your inflationary experiences or pressures are in those two categories, energy and food. So for anyone to sit here and say that 4% is sufficient to meet what we're all experienced, whether it's labor costs or the purchase of materials, and looking forward to economic, there's always economic uncertainty. Many of you are aware of all the discussions on tariffs, right? Those types of things too, which technically could make particular supplies and materials for our schools even more expensive. It could be kitchen equipment or, those types of things too, just as an example. Does that help answer the first part of or all of Board Member Davis's question, Chair?
Follow up?
That answers the first part.
Okay,
Because of the
right.
5-year rolling average, the 4% is not going to help them to get to zero necessarily or to break even. But the second part is this one similar to the last one where they say this is in addition to whatever raise you would be getting with the 4%, not in any way to supplant what you would have gotten out of that 4%. Maybe
Chair
your
Hymas?
email will help with that, Christina.
Yeah,
Yes.
Chair Hymas, the
Yes.
answer to that question is yes. That concludes my answer to the question.
Okay.
All right.
Vice Chair Wood.
With the ESA.
So just in response to that, HB2 has passed.
Yes,
And
okay.
in it, on lines 318 or 319, it requires the state board to make rules to ensure that the LEAs do not reduce or supplant a compensation increase from an increase in the WPU value with an increase from the salary supplement in this section. And they have updated that salary supplement. When it was $8,400 last year, it's now $10,350. Or if the Utah Fits All Scholarship is not funded, then it's $5,175. So the exact same language that was in there last year is still there.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
Member Davis, you finished?
It's just if the LWP would have been a 5%, they would have had that.
Let's not have an offline conversation here.
Sure.
Member Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of say, as an educator on a fixed income, somebody that works in the classroom, I know that our recommendation and our board priority was that we asked for a 1% increase on top of that 4% increase, which in that gold section we had that as an ongoing $43 million. And I think it's important just to point out that what the legislature did is they said in the yellow portion there, the EAC additional priorities, is they took that 1% increase and moved it to the educator salary adjustment, and they have that at $47 million, and that is something that as an educator, we talk about districts and their responsibility to keep up with those inflationary rates, but as an educator on a fixed income, I got to keep up with inflationary rates too, and so I do appreciate that effort from the legislature to make teacher salaries competitive in Utah. So, thank you.
Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I did just forward it, but the messaging, there was an email that went out to every teacher in the state from the legislature. So there's some messaging there if people want to gain access to that. My question of Superintendent Jones is, in all of this, and I too am an educator with a fixed income, how is this $1,000 raise going to reduce my student class in one area of 56 in one classroom? How is that $1,000 going to decrease my caseload? And I'm going to speak about me as an individual.
Sure.
Because I don't see it happening as is currently presented. I know we're in the 2 last days of the legislative session, but when are we going to address the fact that we still have class sizes that are too big, teachers that have too little bandwidth, they have too much on their plate, and we write $1,000 check and we pretend that it makes it all better. And has there been discussion? Maybe this is not even directed at you. Maybe it's directed into the ether. That's my question.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Sure.
a question. You have an answer?
I do.
Oh my. Let's
So
hear
my
it.
answer is no. I mean, to Board Member Bogus's point, through you, Chair, the salary increase no one could directly correlate that would result in reductions in classroom size. However, I do see an opportunity stemming from much of the dialogue or other bills that passed, that during the interim, leadership and board members have the opportunity to work closer or closely with our legislators to address what Board Member Bogus just talked to. That's my answer, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. With that, let's give it back to you to continue moving.
Did Vice Chair Hart mute me again? So that she just, no, she's not there. Okay, so go back up to the top, please. Just for another key takeaway from this very detailed sheet is those ones highlighted in darker gray on that. Deborah, help me with the script here. Yeah, these are ones that are associated with specific bills that will be part of the bill of bills or put into the bill of bills should those bills go all the way through. So let's just pause there for a minute and let you take a look at those. We thought that would be Deborah wanted to point this out to you, and I agree with her. So, okay. If we could, so do you want to talk about the top part? Where is she? Okay, yeah. Okay. Really, that concludes it, subject to further review then.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's move to agenda item 11.2. We'll invite Elise to go through that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Elise Nui, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. So we're at the second to last day of the session. A lot of the bills have made their way through the process. I wanted to update you, though, on where the bills that the board has taken a position on, where exactly they are in the process so that you can see that. I'll get you some hard copies as well, but Greg is going to show the spreadsheet we have. Give you just a second. So as a reminder, the board took positions on, how many bills was it? I believe it was 7 bills. There was 5 that were positions of support and 2 that were positions of opposition. Right now, we've got HB 76, which has most of your statutory requests from back in November. That one has made it through the process and it has been enrolled. It has not made it to the governor, but it is through the legislature. Same with HB 184. This is the School Land Trust Amendment. So this was another of the statutory requests that you all voted on. Next is HB 209. These are the homeschool amendments. So this was a vote that was taken during the legislative session to support. This has also been enrolled and is being prepared for the governor's office. Same with 228, HB 228, the public education immunization amendments. HB 303 is a bill that you took a vote of opposition on. This was the public school directory sharing amendments, and that one has been sent to rules. So as of right now, it looks like it is not making it through the process. Things could change though, caveat, always. Next, HB 396, the small school district scale of operations formula is also enrolled and being prepared for the governor's office. HB 537, the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Amendments from Perucci, that one is in the Rules Committee. This was one that you voted to support during the legislative session. Again, it's in rules, so we're not sure. There's a big chance that it would not make it through the process, but we've got a few hours to find that out. That was the HB 537, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Amendments from Perucci. And then the last 2, SB 39, this is Johnson's education testing amendments. This was another one that you voted to have staff bring to the legislature prior to the legislative session. This will change the dates and the grade levels for the testing. This is now enrolled, so it is through the process in the legislature as of a few moments ago. And then finally, SB 111, Public Education Governance Amendments from Ann Milner, was voted by this body to oppose during the legislative session, and it is in the Rules Committee. So, yeah, those are those. If there's any questions on those bills in particular. And I'll have a PDF uploaded to Civic Clerk as well as get you a hard copy of this just for your own reference as well.
Thank you, Elise. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hymas. Just for the good of the group, when we're down to the last wire as we are now, some of these bills, for example, that you've supported, not for example, the bills that you have taken a position to support or oppose, these are bills that we then as staff go actively work on or against because you've given us that direction by virtue of your board vote. So if you all are having conversations, maybe just coordinate with a member of leadership or Elise or me so that we know and we can tag team with you all instead of having, 4 people have gone to talk to the sponsor. And by the time we get to them, they're like, yeah, we've talked to your board members. And we're like, oh, okay. So just some kind of that coordination actually is more powerful and helpful because let's say Member Bollinger has a meeting with somebody and we're up there to have the same meeting, then we can tag team. It's really powerful to have a board member with us when we go in to meet. So if any of you, you don't have to raise your hand or call yourself out, certainly, but it would be helpful to know if you'll just maybe tag a member of leadership or Elise or me. I hope that made sense what I just said, but we want to have strength in numbers for those bills that you've supported or opposed that may have a life at the end of the session, the next day and a half. Thanks.
Yeah, if you want to send an email to leadership or text us, then we're happy to look at that. Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 11.3. This is our veto request consideration. Is there anything that the board would like to bring up at this time? And Elise, maybe you can say it better than I am. Okay, maybe that was it. Maybe I said it perfectly. Just to kind of explain what this process is, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So with all of those bills where it said that they were enrolled, that means that it's through the legislative process. So the legislative body, both the House and the Senate, have approved those bills and they're moving it out of the legislature. However, there's one last step before it becomes law, and that's taking it to the governor and getting the governor's signature. I would say that the vast majority of these bills get signed by the governor, but the governor does have the authority to veto any one of these bills. And so if there are any bills that come or that you have all seen that you would like to advocate that the governor veto, we as staff can take that information to him and provide him with that list. If there are any that you would like to make a motion and vote on as a body for us to do that.
Thank you. We'll go to Member Davis.
I don't know if we should ask to veto this. I think it could be shooting ourselves in the foot based on all the other legislation going on right now. It seems like when we get one thing killed, something worse comes up. So, 111 didn't go through and the others that were kind of trying to micromanage the board, but now something passed last night where if there's any decision that we make, this committee of, is it 5 from the Senate and 5 from the Senate and 10 from the House, legislators don't like our decisions, they will just undo it. And that feels to me worse than what 111 did and what the other one was doing. So I think it's unfortunate that this is not a statewide target. It is a USBE only target. So all the other state agencies were removed or not included. So I don't know if we're just the sacrificial lamb to get it through or if we were the main target in the beginning, I don't know. But it's concerning, more concerning, I think, than the other ones that we worked so hard to oppose.
Thank you. Member Reel.
I'm interested to seeing if the body is also interested in requesting a veto on SB 37. It is, it adjusts the way that a lot of our funding works that I know that Mr. Jones could explain a lot better than I can, but to me it feels quite frankly really fishy, and I think Jen Daly Provost said it best that it almost seems to be a money laundering. It's money laundering. It's up to almost over $800 million that could be potentially into the general fund. So that would be my request.
Point of clarification, Member Bogus.
Through the chair, Member Reel, is that the one where they send all of income tax fund to the general fund, they knock it around a little bit and then? Okay.
Thank you. Member Reel, you mentioned a request in there. I don't know if there's a motion or if you want a temperature. I'll speak since I have a microphone. The session isn't over yet, and vetoing things is not something I'm super excited about, but again, it's just me. Anyway, response, please.
I agree that it's not over yet, and so maybe this is, but we do have a month, and by then they all could be signed. I also love that we have 3 branches of government, and each one gets to exert their power, and so if the governor does decide to veto any bills, I'm fine with that. So I guess I could make a motion that the board requests the governor veto SB 37 if necessary.
So there's a motion then that the governor veto SB 37. Do we have a second? Second. There's a second to that. Back to Member Reel for to speak to it. Okay. Member Reel.
For those of you that may be like me, I would be interested in Deputy Jones giving a little bit of a summary on the impact of the amount of dollars that could be put into the general fund from this and how it would impact our LEAs.
Deputy Superintendent Jones. Dale, you've got this.
Okay, Chair, Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator. May I answer the question? So the fiscal note says $842 million. And every year the basic levy increases by new construction. So you add $30–40 million to that every year. So in year 1 there will likely be no impact, but as income tax grows and they can backfill that, we're talking it could be between $800 million and $1 billion over the next 5 years.
Member Kelly, is this to this? Okay. Member Lear?
And sort of, if you could help us, Dale, as a policy, and I know you're not supposed to give, or you resist giving your opinions, but as a policy move, as a replace property tax with income tax, how can you give us your professional evaluation of what that really means for schools?
Chair, if I can answer that question.
And I'm sorry, through the chair to
yes, please.
Mr. Frost.
So it's a difficult question to opine on, and I don't want to get into tax debates. I will say that it will be a little bit different to have a basic levy school tax that can be used for purposes that are not education funding. So that, and then districts right now, they don't get to set the basic levy, but when they go through truth and taxation, they certainly hear about increases in the basic levy, and at least that was funding going to education at this point. I don't really want to opine on the bill, but I'd at least say that there is somewhat of a disconnect there. As for, the right funding mechanism between property taxes and income taxes, you see differences across the state. There are pros and cons in terms of the regressiveness of different taxes or the progressiveness and the stability of those. And I don't really want to get into all of that, but I don't know if there's a specific question I could answer, but that would be my answer at this time.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board requests that the governor veto SB 37 minimum basic tax rate amendments. Member Bogus. Sorry.
No, thank you,
If
Chair.
necessary. Okay. Yeah.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I agree with Member Rill, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the motion before the board then, again, that the board requests that the governor veto SB 37 minimum basic tax amendments if necessary. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Carey? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we have that motion passes, 9 in favor, 2 abstaining, 3 no votes. Those abstaining are Member Davis and Member Earl. No votes are Member Hart, Member Brenton, and Member Hymas. Okay. Member Kelly, you had your light next. I think you were in the queue.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the board requests the governor veto SB 268.
Let's get a second, and then we'll speak to it.
Yeah.
Do we have a second? We have a title. Somebody have that right on hand.
Second it for the purposes of getting it on.
Review and General Oversight Committee amendment.
Rules Review and General Oversight Committee amendment. Is that right? So with that, we do have a second. Back to you, Member Kelly.
I've heard the sentiment from several board members that the concern of stepping on the legislature's toes. I personally, though, think that it's important for us to send strong messages, not to just the legislature, but to the governor, that we're leading out on education issues. And I think if we see legislation that handcuffs us and makes it difficult for us to function as a board, I think we need to stand up and speak out. I kind of mentioned earlier with when we were talking about a different issue, we can either choose to be acted upon or we can act. And I think in these cases we need to kind of step up and lead on education issues. And I think this is one that is important to speak out on.
Thank you, Member Kelly. Member Earl, are you in the queue or is this to this?
Member Hymas, could you just make a correction that that's sub 2, just to clarify that it's 268 sub 2, correct, Mr. Kelly?
So, okay, yes. So the motion before the board is that the board request that the governor veto SB 268 sub 2 Rules Review and General Oversight Committee amendments. Let's go ahead and vote. Sorry. Okay.
It's on the concurrence.
Let's pause voting. Don't vote yet. And then we'll go to Member Earl. Sorry, I thought you were in the queue. That was on me.
Can I get a clarification with the concurrence calendar? Can they still make an amendment and, right? So I would actually recommend prior veto if it goes through the way it is. But right now, we can make a motion to have someone from our staff contact them and say, please do a sub 3 that removes us as the only organization in the state that is going to be applicable to these new provisions. So I don't know how to word that, but.
Okay, Vice Chair Hart, or Member Dixon, or Superintendent Dixon.
Chair, in response to Member Earl's question or comment, Deputy Jones and I had the opportunity to speak with Senator McKay yesterday about the bill, the impetus behind it, why just us. So he and Representative Gracious did meet with the governor at the governor's request. I hope I'm getting this correct because Scott just left the room and he was my wingman and my witness. So my recollection of the conversation is that the governor asked them to remove his agencies, and that since we're not an official agency, they requested they leave us in so that they could test case it with our agency, to your point earlier, Member Davis. So the question I posed, I said, if I'm a board member standing in front of you, I would want to know how you see this playing out given the authority that we have over rulemaking and this basically overseeing or overriding our rulemaking. And the response was that the legislature gave us the rulemaking authority, us pretending like I'm a board member, gave us the rulemaking authority in the first place, and that they would rather work with us on the front end with rules rather than having to continue to run legislation to fix rules or have us come back and fix rules. So they see this as a collaborative effort. Again, I'm repeating what I think I heard from Senator McKay, that they see us as this is a collaborative effort to try and get rules correct on the front end if they see problems that are either constitutional or conflicting with legislation, or there was a list, and I mentioned that, we do that in the rulemaking process. Just by nature, that's how we create rules, is making sure that all of those things are aligned. And so we did get an audience, which I appreciated. He stepped off the floor right after a tax bill that he had just been arguing on his behalf went through. And that was the feedback that we received. I hope that answers your query, to know that we did indeed try. We're happy to try again, Member Earl, but that was our attempt last night.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we have a potential substitute motion that has not been seconded. So, okay, so do we want to continue I know it's just been seconded, but Member Earl, in light of this conversation, what do you want to do with this substitute motion?
I think there's, does anyone see harm in asking them? I guess, and maybe this is for Michelle and for our AAGs, but in that particular bill, in that version, on line 60, am I looking at the right one? I just want clarification on this, that the committee shall exercise continuous oversight of the administrative rulemaking process under 63G, for each general session of the legislature, request legislation that considers legislative reauthorization. I guess I'm looking at their language already, which allows them that continual oversight. It's already granted if they see something preemptively. It does not infringe on their ability to currently, in my view, that's why I don't know if there's it allows that to take place at any time, which we always do. We have legislators reach out all the time. We have public reach out. We had 2 of them during the summer where they said, hey, our exceptional students law or rule or whatever, our rule that we had some problems. It was back in August. We didn't need a public hearing. So I guess my argument is I understand what they're trying to do. I had quite a bit of dialogue with a number of legislators last night. I think they already have the ability to engage with us at any point in the process or to have us go before admin rules. I don't think it's restrictive. There's not a rule that says, oh, only after 6 months can you actually ask about a rule that's been made. So I think for us to, and I understand we have asked, I just think this feels like we should ask again.
Okay.
Maybe
So
I'm wrong, and you guys can vote it down, but.
we have a substitute motion before the board. It's been seconded, spoken to by Member Earl. We're going to move to Member Lear and then Member Davis.
Can I ask if there's just any restrictions that maybe we're seeing in law that wouldn't allow them to preemptively engage with us, meaning that after like today, we had a couple of rules we voted on that would restrict the legislature or the admin rules from actually reaching out to us now? I don't, yeah.
Is that to you, AAG Buse?
On quick review, no, we don't see anything that would restrict them from doing that.
And I applaud them for being proactive, right? We should all be that way. But
Yeah, as we debate it, they are debating it up on the Hill right now. So Member Hart just went out to listen. We'll get some feedback soon.
It's not on the board anywhere.
yeah.
Okay.
I can read it out.
Okay.
It's back up on the screen, but the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with the sponsor of SB 268 Sub 2 Rules Review and General Oversight Committee amendments to remove portions of the bill that impact USBE.
And so speaking to that bit, you did call my name,
Yep.
I thought. Though it got diverted, we got diverted a little bit. I'm torn because the only chance we have to ask for a veto is right now as a body. And, right.
And that stays in place if, right?
I absolutely agree with that. And speaking to the underlying motion, if I can, then we don't have to come back to that. Can I do that? I, of course, hope that we could discourage the legislators from targeting the USBE, and I agree with Member Earl that is how it, not just how it feels, but that is the substance of it. Whether the governor was just happened to be persuasive and we weren't as persuasive, whatever the rationale is, it leaves the USBE as the target for this. And there are multiple other agencies and entities, I don't even know if they're all agencies, that write rules. And for me, the rule writing, yes, the legislature giveth and it taketh away. I get that. But it is the opportunity for the board to then implement something, and that's the orderly process of it. If the legislature can step in and literally take everything away that we were given in the middle of our process, that essentially emasculates the USBE, which has constitutional authority for general control and supervision. And I absolutely see the rule writing as the general control and supervision piece of legislation. So I think this is one of the worst sort of, I'm trying to think of a word that's not too harsh, but I think it takes away something that makes this system work. And I would I support, yes, trying to fix it before it's a law that the governor would have to veto. But I think we have to at least assert ourselves on behalf of school children.
Just for the informational item, it sounds like it did pass.
Oh, it did. So then my motion's irrelevant.
Yeah. So let's go back to the underlying motion from Member Kelly, and that is that the board requests that the governor veto SB 268 Sub 2. Was there any different subs or anything? Not that we can see. Sub 2, Rules Review and General Oversight Committee amendments. And so with that, we've got Member Davis. Member Earl, your light is on. Are you still? Okay. Member Davis.
Thank you. I would like to know what will be communicated to the governor. Because sometimes we take a position and we just say, we voted, asked to veto this. But who's going to actually be talking to the governor? Because, and I appreciate that our good superintendent and folks have had a conversation with bill sponsors. But what they said is that they want to work with us kind of preemptively. This is not preemptive, this is postmortem. So if they want to work with us preemptively, they'll assign a staff member to watch our agendas and work with us preemptively as we watch their agendas. And I probably misunderstood something she said because her light's on. But regardless of what they said, already when we vote on a issue now, if they want to have it changed, they can call us to administrative rules. And I think every single time they have called us, we've changed. So there's no data that would show them that they have to come in with a swift mallet and say, we're undoing what you just did. Because we have always worked with them through administrative rules. And that, I think, is the evidence that this is not needed.
Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. You did not misunderstand. I think I misspoke when I used the term preemptive or whatever I used. we actually asked him about the process. Where do you see this differing from what happens now with rules? So we file the rule, at least how many days after it's passed from the board? Within 30 days, right? So and by we, Kirsten files those on behalf of the board. And then it was my understanding that staff, so I walked through the process. I said, I think it's my understanding that you then have staff to the Rules Committee or somebody in your legislative analyst department, somebody looks at the rules and then makes a recommendation to the Rule Committee. Is that correct? And he said, yes. And it's at that point where he said, I guess it would mean that we would have to have either a heightened process, a different process, or when those rules are filed, that's when we need to look at them more closely so that that's where the interaction is when they are filed and we're not waiting down the road to intervene. Is that how you heard it, Deputy Jones? So we were just trying to understand in the process where would that preemptive nature take place? So it's right after the filing of the rule that there would be more scrutiny there than a citizen or another legislator raising their hand and saying, wait a minute, I don't like this rule, so that they're checking on it earlier in the process. That was our takeaway last night. I hope that helps.
And will you answer the question of, well, wasn't the question, didn't you ask the question of what does it look like when it goes from here? If we are to veto something, what does that look like going to the governor? Or maybe that was a question I just made up in my mind.
Who's going to communicate with the governor and what's going to be said, and how this because it's fine to say we'll have a conversation after you made it, but the reality is they can just undo it. They can go to that meeting and undo whatever it is we just spent the last 5 months working on.
They can also sunset. Yeah. I think it's okay. I'll just leave it. Well, I don't know if it was rhetorical.
Thank you. Let's go. Member Bogus.
So I would argue that as this is being discussed and presented, what this does is it denies us due process. And that's the crux of the issue. Admin rules allows us a place to go and answer for ourselves, talk about our rationale. We are entitled to a display before the public where we say, hey, these are the things that we debated, these are the issues that we were facing. The logical consequence and conclusion of this policy as you desire it is X. We were seeking to avoid that. Some of those conversations happens in that admin rules committee hearing, whereas this ultimately would deny us due process before the public. And I don't think that that is appropriate in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board requests that the governor veto SB 268 sub 2 Rules Review and General Oversight Committee amendments. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that motion passes. 12 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Brenton and Member Hymas, and we have Member Carey absent. Okay. At this point, thank you, board members. We're going to just take a second. We've got an email that came through, and Vice Chair Wood is going to kind of talk about that for a second. Before we do, it looks like Superintendent Dixon.
Can I take a point of privilege?
Sure.
Okay. Board members, I would just like to take a point of privilege and thank our amazing fellow, Trish. She may be around next month, but, you know, we have been lucky. I think we started this, Trish, you might be our 5th fellow, maybe? It's hard to count back. And we thought it was such a brilliant idea when we brought on a fellow, and it has been. And I will tell you, they are so amazing. Trish has really set a high bar. It's going to be hard to top the work that she's done. She's been really amazing. And it's sort of like radar before you even think of something she hasn't done. So we've been really blessed to have the gifts of Trish with us this session. And I just wanted to publicly thank her on your behalf. And then one other point, if I may, Chair Hymas. This relates to Member Davis's query about the governor and the process. And that will be to leadership to have that conversation at some point with the governor based on the actions that you take today. But he's also always interested in, are there bills that came forward that are very onerous to teachers or to LEAs? Are there things that maybe got through and we don't know the consequences? Because in his follow-up, whenever he signs a bill, if you've noticed, there's narrative often, especially if there's some ceremony attached to it. So if there's something that you see or that you discuss or you're concerned about, or when we're reflecting on the bills and we see something that just, we know it will be a burden to our teachers or to our LEAs, those are things that his staff would want to know as well, so that in the signing or the vetoing, whichever way it goes, that there's some narrative behind that. So I give you that invitation as well to think about as you're looking at the bills. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood.
Sorry. So just before 2 o'clock, we received an email from Michael Wixom, who is a policy analyst up at the legislature, and they are going to be moving forward with items for interim study. And she said, we may not get our input requested, but we may, and she would love to have a list from us in case they decided that they wanted to work with the board as they move forward this summer. And so we would love it if you have any items within today, if you had some. It's not really an action item, it was not noticed, but this came in today and we're meeting right now. But if you had items that you know that you'd like to put on that list, if that we could share with the legislature if they chose to ask for our input.
Member Lear.
2 other additional thoughts on this issue. One, I'm assuming it's the leadership that will meet with the governor or send some kind of communication to the governor. I hope that board members could send leadership some of our concerns regarding these 2 bills for your, either your, at least to consider in adding to your communications with the governor, because I think it's important that we come up with every thoughtful thing we can add and not just ask him without as much depth as we can find to veto these for certain reasons. Secondly, with what you just said, with what Dr. Dixon just said about how does this affect LEAs, how does it affect teachers, I would hope that leadership or Randy working with USBA, for one example, could communicate with USBA how much we would appreciate a similar consideration by their body. Because I think they are more on a ground level with LEAs, schools, even beyond the LEA level, and teachers. And if we can have their cooperation in this request, I think it will be a stronger request. So maybe between Randy and leadership, we can work with, and if we find that it might be helpful to work with PTA or UEA and have as many voices speaking to this as we can, would be really, I think, important.
Just in response to that, leadership is happy to work with whomever. However, understand that our fight is for you, not for these other organizations. And I get that we might, and I hear you. I'm just saying, we as a leadership represent this body. And so, yes, we will hear and things, but I appreciate that, Member Lear. Yeah.
You,
sure.
Matt. I understand that, but I think our case is stronger in numbers. So I'm not asking you to advocate for USBA or PTA or heavens not UEA, but we're stronger if we come as an education community to ask for certain things.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just jumping back to what Vice Chair Wood was discussing regarding this email from Micah Wixom. Are there anything, if there's nothing that jumps out to you, we recognize we just got this and we thought, okay, we're not going to have time to take votes or have conversations. But if you send them in, then we can forward them on and work with the management committee. Yes. So again, it says, let's see, compiling the study items list in late March. So by next week, if you have items that you would like to be considered on this interim study session list, then please email it to us. Is that sum that up? Okay. Thank you, board members, and thank you, staff. We are wrapping up. That wraps up agenda item 11. Let's take a 7-minute break. Let's do 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Thank you. Board members, we appreciate your patience as we work through this agenda. We are, if you remember before lunch, we talked about, or we postponed R277-304. These are agenda items 3.6 and 3.7. And we are going to go back to those, and we have Vice Chair Bollinger from the Law and Licensing Committee is going to, I guess I can continue to go because we're gonna start, but I will turn 307 over to you, or I'm sorry, 3.7 over to you. Yes, so we are back on 3.6. If you will recall, we had an amendment go through, and then we had questions about Standard 6. So the amendments had gone through. We were back to the original motion of that, and the original motion would be that the board approve R277-304 incorporated by reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. There was some concern on Standard 6. So with that, I will look for any lights. Member Earl.
Sorry, I don't know if, I just sent the language in person to you, I mean, in email to you that's suggested. And then if, let's see, I probably need to send it to a staff member, right? Do you have it? Okay, let me send it to you. You got it? Okay. All right, let me pull up mine. I'll go ahead and kind of read through this section. Okay, so we have on 601, SF 601, knowledge of the rationale and key components of multi-tiered approach. Anyways, it has a number of items there. Do I need to read all through those? At the end of that, it just says it would be to strike for providing social, emotional, behavioral supports that are inclusive of and accessible to all students. Okay, I don't need to speak to it yet, right? Okay, so that's the one piece. The next piece is on 6.03, which would add the word, so it's support positive student behavior and respectful interactions. And then on incorporate, it would strike a trauma-informed, and it would add an approach that is sensitive to individual students' experiences and needs. And then on 605, it would be knowledge of the relationship between behavior and academic performance, including, and then it strikes to recognize the behavior difficulties can impact academic difficulties and vice versa, and then knowledge of is stricken. And then it would say, so including underlying conditions or contextual factors that can impact both behavior and academic performance, and that students can have unrelated academic and behavioral difficulties. Okay, and then on 608, it would be apply knowledge and implement a behavior intervention plan, a BIP, that can be generalized to other environments as outlined in the USBE special education rules. The BIP shall consider social implications for feasibility across education settings for general education teachers and other team members to assist in the implementation and progress monitoring. And then on 6.09, this is just a clarification. It's knowledge of methods to collect and interpret behavioral data using reliable and valid processes across all settings, using assessments and other evaluation materials that are selected and administered as required by, and then it gives the federal code. Okay, I won't talk to that yet. And then on 6.13, it's replacing of culture and diversity with of a student's background on behavior and educational programming. And then 6.14, it would be including apply knowledge to describe and assess important features and characteristics of school-wide systems of behavior support, including issues related to disproportionate representation in special education and striking and the intersectionality between race and disability. And then on 6.15, it would be knowledge of characteristics and the general structure of an ecological curriculum designed to help students with disabilities learn functional skills in different environments, homeschool, community, and vocation to support individualized education programs and progress, including knowledge of how to train staff and or caregivers as appropriate. And then it would strike the end of that, to implement behavior support plans effectively, to implement a free and appropriate education.
Okay, the motion has been stated. Is there a second? We have a couple of seconds. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah, we can go through each one if you want to. I think some of these, the first on 601, the behavioral plans actually is it's just simplifying. The language struck is actually what's articulated in each of those different behavioral plans. There's no need to replicate it. This just creates a clarification. And there's the next one is the 603. Trauma informed means a lot of different things. So we just asked, what is it you want here? Let's be really specific. It's being sensitive to students' experiences and their needs. So just really clear there. We don't, so that it's not ambiguous what's needed. On 605, once again, there's kind of a repetition there. It's just simplifying, clarity. On 608, there was a question around what socially valid was. So we just asked, what are you trying to say? What's this trying to say? So it's the social implications and feasibility in the regular, across educational settings. So making sure that the BIP can kind of go across several different education settings without social problems for an individual or a student. So
can I just pause
yeah.
for a second and ask staff, whoever's driving, to maybe keep up with the
sorry.
With each section as it's going through. So we just went through 608. We are on to 609. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The language stricken is actually in the law, but there's also 4 or 5 other provisions in the law. And so it's either list them all out or just reference the code and administered as required by. Then if this ends up changing with current administration or something, it's, you know what I mean? We don't have to go back in and address every little thing as that happens. So, and then just clarity on 613, 614, disproportionate is what they need. They have disproportionate representation is what our staff have to turn into the federal government and the LEAs have to do. So that's a more accurate representation of what they're required to do. And then just clarity on 615 that it's an individualized education plan that directs whether it's social. Sometimes it might be social. Sometimes it might be completely academic that's on an IEP. So this is just more catering to the actual individual students' programs in progress. And then when we're done, I do have one more amendment after this that staff had requested. So.
I just have a point.
Okay. Member Bogus.
So, Member Earl, I do believe both times you skipped over 6.02. Did you not want to make that amendment?
Oh, my apologies.
It's on the board, but I don't believe you stated it outright. I just want clarity.
It is on the board, and I don't know why I guess because it wasn't in red. Anybody have a problem with including that? Okay, so in 602, it would be putting in accountability practices, which we now have within our law. We have a definition for that, or our rule. So making sure it's at least included here so we've got consistency is the only thing there.
Okay. I'm not seeing any okay, Member Bollinger. I'm not reading this until, yeah, go ahead.
Chair, may I direct a question to staff, please?
Yes.
I'm just curious on that last one, the SF06.15. Can someone explain a little bit more about what that means? I mean, for me, when the wording changes from behavior support plan to individualized education programs in progress, I just want to understand the purpose of that whole bullet what are we trying to accomplish there? Because behavior support plans or behavior intervention plans can be an amendment or an addendum to an IEP, but they're not necessarily the exact same thing. They are associated, but I'm just trying to understand that bullet and how that would impact what the expectation is there for our licensing. $15.
And it's on the screen currently. Of course, it's easier for me to read the screen than you. Thank you, Jerry. But we have some staff willing to answer that. If you'll just state your name and before you answer, that'd be helpful.
Can you hear me? Okay. Kim Fratto, Director of Special Education Programs. So it wasn't, that area was not speaking specifically to a behavior intervention plan, just behavior supports, and we felt that it was could be captured in a student's individualized education program because the program is inclusive. It's a program. We get that often confused with plan, but it's a whole education program for a student with disabilities, so it should be inclusive of if they needed behavior support or academic support or whatever support they needed. It wasn't just behavior.
Okay, so I just was trying to clarify because since this is under the behavior portion of this, that doesn't change what this is meaning.
Right.
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to read this and we're going to vote. This is like an unofficial call to question unless I see anything.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, holy moly.
please, Member Davis.
It's a lot to just get today. So I guess I'm just asking in the future when it's this much amount of stuff, can we like send it back to committee so we can have time to process or at least bring it back a month later or something?
Yourself, I made that motion.
To send it back to committee?
I did make the motion, yeah.
To send this one back to committee?
Yes, I did.
It was considered, we received feedback and we decided to move forward, so. Okay.
Would you like
Member Lear.
Would you like us to take turns?
I don't mind these changes too much, and I've, through Sarah, conferred with Dr. Voorhees to say the changes, the wording changes don't make any difference, but I just feel like I need to say out loud that it really frustrates me that there are buzzwords that I'm completely unaware of that these kinds of experiences seem to be trying to get rid of. And that really is frustrating to me. I wish we had a lexicon of buzzwords not to use so that we wouldn't have to have these experiences when it doesn't seem substantively different. But because Dr. Voorhees, I don't want to use too strong of a word, has said there are not really any substantive changes to these words, then I'm okay about this. But I'm just bothered that there are buzzwords that some of us are not as conversant with as others, that are evil or bad or are to be avoided. Let's say that.
Thank you, Member Lear. Now, Molly and I are going to tag team this. We're not going to high five between each one, but we are going to just go back and forth. So we're going to restate the motion. We're just going to read it as it would read in the manual. Is that fair? Mm-hmm. Okay. If these amendments were to be adopted here. So and I'll start with one, you go two. Okay, so the motion then is that the board amend R277-304 incorporated by reference document. And I'm sorry, Member Bollinger, I saw your light. Jump in there. That's what I'm saying. Do this before I get like halfway down
Just
the
one
list.
point of order. There's just, in the document itself and up here, it says LBRI instead of LRBI on line 4 of this. So it's correct the first time, but not the second time. So if we're going to make this change, I just would suggest that we make that correction.
Good catch. Good catch. Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board amend R277-304 incorporated by reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1, with the following changes to Standard 6 competencies. SF 06.01, knowledge of the rationale and key components of a multi-tiered approach, e.g. positive behavioral interventions and supports, PBIS, least restrictive behavioral interventions, LRBI, in accordance with USBE's LRBI Technical Assistance Manual, Response to Intervention, or RTI, and Multi-Tiered System of Support, or MTSS.
SF 06.02, demonstrate ability to plan, teach, and use effective Tier 1 behavior support strategies in multiple school settings, e.g. classrooms, hallways, playground, lunchroom, etc., to increase the frequency of positive behavior through routines, procedures, expectations, rules, physical arrangement, consequences, engagement, accountability practices. Knowledge of when more intense strategies are necessary based on data, and implement interventions with fidelity as necessary, tiers 2 and 3.
SF 06.03, demonstrate application of high quality evidence-based instructional practices that help to bullet 1, support positive student behavior and respectful interactions. Bullet 2, maximize positive student outcomes. And bullet 3, incorporate an approach that is sensitive to individual students' experiences and needs.
SF 06.05, knowledge of the relationships between behavior and academic performance, including underlying conditions or contextual factors that can impact both behavior and academic performance, and that students can have unrelated academic and behavioral difficulties.
SF 06.08, apply knowledge and information gathered from a functional behavior assessment to develop and implement a behavior intervention plan, or BIP, that can be generalized to other environments as outlined in the USBE special education rules. The BIP shall consider social implications for feasible across education settings for general education teachers and other team members to assist with implementation and progress monitoring.
SF 06.09, knowledge of methods to collect and interpret behavioral data using reliable and valid processes across all settings, using assessments and other evaluation materials that are selected and administered as required by 34 CFR 300.304.
SF 06.13, apply knowledge of current approaches to providing comprehensive behavioral support, including de-escalation strategies, legal and ethical issues, and the impact of a student's background on behavior and educational programming.
SF 06.14, apply knowledge to describe and assess important features and characteristics of school-wide systems of behavior support, including issues related to disproportionate representation in special education.
SF 06.15, knowledge of characteristics and general structure of an ecological curriculum designed to help students with disabilities learn functional skills in different environments, e.g. home, school, community, and vocational, to support individualized education programs and progress, including knowledge of how to train staff and/or caregivers as appropriate. Board members, please vote.
Good reading.
Okay, that passes. 13 in favor, 1 in opposition, being Member Hymas. And so with that, we are back to an underlying motion. And that motion is that the board approve R277-304, incorporated by reference document, Special Education Preparation Foundational Competencies, Draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to move to item 3.7, R277. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to move to item 3.7, R277-304, Teacher Preparation Programs Amendment. And we have a motion for the board that the board approve R277-304, Teacher Preparation Programs, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you.
I can speak to that if you'd like.
If you'd like, it's from the committee, but if you'd like, it's from the committee, but if you'd like to give additional context, then please.
This just adds in some of the changes we made. Obviously, this incorporated document was a big portion of that, as well as some changes from with early literacy and the naming of those documents, and that the early childhood was a pre-K through third grade instead of a kindergarten through third grade.
Thank you. Member Earl.
I have an amendment. Staff have just requested that we strike mild, moderate disabilities and replace it with mild, moderate support needs. And then also strike severe disabilities and replace it with complex support needs.
Do we have a second? Second. Vice Chair Hart.
So, is this in line with all the boxes that we need to check on various forms and things coming from the federal government?
Yes, it is. So this is just around what we call the endorsements that we attach to a license. So it's just these areas are mild, moderate, complex, deaf, hard of hearing. They're just all endorsements that attach to a license. So we just want to propose to change the language to be more to move away from deficit.
And I don't disagree with that at all. I just don't want to have to translate, like, if it's called forever and a day, and I, you know, we go through this with English learners, ML, EL, ELL. I mean, at some level, there has to be some consistency. You're saying there's no time in which a teacher would be confused about what they're teaching or what they're qualified to teach if we change to this language.
I don't know that I could guarantee there's no time that somebody would be confused, but
fair, absolutely
yeah.
fair. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
We're not going off on a tangent here.
No, our institutes of higher education are making the request to change that terminology, and that's what they're going to in their pre-service programs for educator prep.
And it is in line with IDEA language.
Yes, I mean we will still have documents and technical assistance that come out that comes out from IDEA and different organizations that refer to students with complex support needs, significant cognitive disabilities, or severe disabilities.
Okay.
They're kind of all used interchangeably.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, I just, in talking about that glossary that we need to someday create, that's just another entry. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Brinton.
I just wanted to, Chair, make an amendment to strike 2 lines 116 and 117.
So we have an amendment.
So we have to speak to that first.
Well, if does your motion affect this amendment?
No.
Okay, then let's put you in the queue.
Okay.
Okay. Member Davis. And remember that the amendment, it's on the screen, but it's that the board update R277-304 Section 7 to update mild, moderate disabilities with mild, moderate support needs.
Severe to complex. Or would it be just the same to say severe support needs or complex support needs? Are they the same thing? And then my last question is, in our actual endorsements that or licensure that students walk out of the university with, it used to be mild, moderate, severe, profound. I mean, what is it exactly called now?
Staff, please hit that button.
Jordan Don Monolay, Special Education Personnel Preparation Coordinator. So I think the idea behind it is getting away from words that have maybe a negative connotation to it, right? Kind of like when we did emotional behavioral disability as opposed to emotional disturbance. When you look at a student and you think severe, there's a negative connotation that's associated with it. Complex support needs focuses more on the needs of the student and less on the disability that they have.
Totally agree with that.
And so what we've seen with universities is they're moving towards this model as opposed to severe and mild moderate. Right now, everything else in board rule does say mild moderate or severe. So we're trying to start to adjust that language slowly as the board is looking at these new rules and trying to meet the field where it's at. Does that help answer
Okay,
your
so
question?
quick follow-up, but currently the licensure is only mild, moderate, or severe profound, and that has not changed.
Oh, correct. To attach to a special education license area. There are a couple others that can attach to a special education license area. Within the Apple SPED program, for example, we just do the two. We do mild, moderate, or complex support needs, but they have to have at least one.
And we are calling it complex support needs
Well,
for
that's
our licensure.
not yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I knew we'd get there.
Thank you. Speaking to this motion, Member Bollinger, please.
Yes, thank you. If I may just do a follow-up to Member Davis's. So just for special ed teachers that might be listening and saying, how does this change my licensure? If it currently says mild, moderate disabilities as an endorsement, is the idea that it will eventually change to match this language? And if so, does that happen with a relicensure, or will it happen automatically?
I think Malia's online, and that's a Malia question. Is Dr. Hyde online?
Hello. I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Oh, perfect. I'm Malia Hyde, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. So with the approval of this amendment and the board rule, then what we would do as far as licensing goes is we would rename the mild, moderate disabilities endorsement to mild, moderate, I can't see the language, support needs. And then we would rename severe disabilities to complex support needs. And so today, if a special educator were to print their license, it would show mild, moderate disabilities. But after the change is approved and the administrative rule is enrolled, then we would update that within our Cactus system. And then when an educator goes in and prints the license in, say, April, sometime after the board rule would be enrolled, it would say special education with mild, moderate support needs as the endorsement name.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I am very concerned about how this is going to affect our interstate agency compact and all of those other things. It took me a decade to get that license into this state. And how does this affect people moving out of state, coming into state? All of those things that become very complex very quickly.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Yes, so I can speak to that very well. I happen to be the chair of the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact Board, and changing these endorsement names would not impact the Teacher Mobility Compact. We work very closely with our compact, the other compact states, and to understand what their license actually qualifies a teacher to do. And per the compact, if somebody has a professional license with endorsements, et cetera, in another compact state, and they come to Utah, then we would issue whatever is the most reasonable equivalent. And so we are very familiar with some of those differences. And I agree, Board Member Bogus, it is much simpler than it has ever been before.
Thank you. So the motion then before the board, this is an amendment, that the board update R277-304-7 to update mild moderate disabilities with mild moderate support needs and severe disabilities with complex support needs. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 11 in favor, 3 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Green, Member Kelly, and Member Bogus. So this brings us to the underlying motion. However, we did have Member Brinton in the queue. Is that still Okay. Member Brenton.
Okay, I want to change that motion a little bit. Well, there's no motion. Or, there's no motion. Okay, so I want to make a motion to strike line 116 and then switch out the word restorative with accountability on line 117.
Okay, do we have a second? Or do we want to wait to get that on the screen? We have a second. While that's coming up, Member Brenton, you want to speak to that?
We've already worked in some other places where we changed out restorative to accountability and trauma informed. Yeah, that wording seems so broad that we've changed in other places as well.
Okay, Member Lear?
I just have a question of the maker of the motion, if I can ask, if she'll respond. I'm curious what it is about these phrases that you don't like or you would prefer to change. Can you help me? I'd like to understand.
Sure. I think restorative practices just is a buzzword that's linked to DEI and social justice and not holding people accountable in education that we've seen where restorative it has come to kind of mean that there's nothing done, that they're not held accountable, I guess, for their actions.
And trauma-informed?
Trauma-informed seems like such a broad definition that I don't even quite understand where we're coming. What does it mean to be coming from where we're responding just to trauma? I don't.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Yeah, what's the word? The accountability practices aligns with what we've already incorporated in other documents. And so I think that's just, it's broader than, when I say broader, it's got different practices. We've defined it differently. And then I would also say the trauma informed is just that there's all kinds of definitions of what that could be. And so we can either be more precise or we can say exactly what we mean, but I think because this has many different interpretations, I think it's better to either strike it or, be more clear in our language there.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I'm trying to find I'm looking for something that I sent someone, but I can't find it right now. I was in a school the other day, and one of the specialist instructional coaches said to me, "Does USBE have any resources on trauma-informed practices?" She said, "I have a lot of great resources that work with most of my students. I have a student, I've tried all these things, and it's not working. Do we give up on the student, or do we dig deeper?" I said, USBE has some great resources. She said, "This kid has been through so many hard times, and I keep having the expectation that I have of all the other kids, and I keep working, and I just can't get him there, so I think he needs something different." And I sent her the great resources that we have at USBE to help teachers who need more. When they want to hold a high expectation instead of giving up on a child, but they just need to help understand how to get there because this child is just shutting down constantly, and possibly because it's been through lots of very difficult circumstances. So, I've read Bad Therapy. I know the rap out there. I think we, as Board Member Earl said, we have to define what it means for us here and what it's going to look like for our students and how it's going to help them in their toolbox. Not as a broad term that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways out there, but as in a very specific term where we choose our own resources and we help teachers with that very specific trauma-informed practice in their toolbox.
Member Earl.
I would keep it. I would keep trauma-informed and define it.
I think I would like to amend this on 16 and just put sensitive to student experiences. So there is, it's saying we're sensitive to the student experiences, an acknowledgement that students have unique experiences that
So-
educators should be, okay.
What's
I should have a
what's the
second.
amendment?
It's in, where it's stricken trauma-informed practices, I would put sensitive to student experiences. Let's see how it,
Okay, so replace trauma-informed practices with,
well, it's already stricken, so just to this, where that would have been, I would put sensitive to student experiences.
well, you're amending the motion, right? You're
Yeah.
amending the amendment.
Yeah,
So.
just adding that in place of,
Okay, I see. Do we have a second?
but it has, it's got some poor research around some of it.
Second, okay, back to Member Earl to speak to that.
Yeah, I do think there is a place for that very thing. And I think that's when I ask people, what do you mean by that? Right? Usually this is what they mean, is it's being sensitive to the students' experiences that they've had. And I'm like, well, then let's use that language. Trauma-informed care has all kinds of different connotations. And we can say, well, we'll define it. But then when we put it in here, we can't guarantee how other people are defining it. So let's say exactly what we mean.
Okay. Member Bogus?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I don't want to undercut what Member Earl has said. However, grammatically, that does not fit
I know, I wondered
into the
about that.
framework. And so, without objection, I would like to suggest or move that we amend that it say practices accounting for individual students' experience and needs.
We can't amend an amended amendment.
That's why I said without objection.
I know. Member Earl? So going back to Member Earl's motion, let's make sure that it captures what your intent is. Member Davis?
So when we voted for the big one, we totally took out the words trauma-informed practices, they're gone, right? So the words trauma-informed practices are just gone altogether. So these two amendments are suggesting something to put in its place where it was. Thank you.
The trauma-informed practices is still in there. It's a motion to remove it and replace it with triple I. And then, 4,
He said it's still in there.
we haven't voted to take it out yet. That's what Member Brinton put on the table originally.
Okay, I thought you were saying it was taken out in your big motion. This is a different document. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl, does this capture your amendment? So the amended amendment is to read, establishing a consistent, organized, and respectful learning environment, including triple I, practices accounting for students' individual experience and needs, and IV, accountability practices. Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I can appreciate individuals wanting to adjust wordings that maybe upset individuals, but however, this is also a document to help universities understand what is exactly supposed to be taught and what skills teachers need to have. And universities often need to make sure that they're using evidence-based practices and documentation and things that are backed by research. These words and definitions, again, are not in research and evidence, and so it's something that I can't support while the other words that we've used in the past are. So just for that, I won't hash it out. We've had this discussion a long time, but I just struggle for us to make up definitions when we don't have the research to back it up.
Thank you. If I could, I'd move to divide. Is there a second to that? Okay, I'll speak to it. I'd like to divide because I will not vote for 3. I will vote for 4. That's me speaking to it. Please. I can't divide?
It's not necessary to divide because we're voting on the amendment. I should speak.
Please, let us know.
and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I do not believe for the purpose that you just stated, Chair Hymas, that it would be necessary for to divide because we have to vote on Member Earl's motion to amend the amendment first, which is just her proposed III, subset 3. The accountability, subset 4, was part of Member Britton's original amendment to strike trauma-informed practices and then insert accountability. So right now we're just voting on inserting practices accounting for students' individual experience and needs, which is,
Okay.
I believe, what you wanted.
So, well, I rarely get what I want, but if by chance that Member Earl's motion was voted down, accountability, then we'd go back to Member Britton's, and then we can do that. Okay, so with that, then I don't see any other lights, let's go ahead and vote.
So what are we?
Please. So right now, we're not, if we don't need to divide, then we won't divide. And we can.
So it's just the.
So we're voting on Member Earl's amendment to the amendment, which is to ultimately just replace trauma-informed practices with practices accounting for students. That's essentially it. Please, Carol.
Little 3, as amended by Member Earl, doesn't pass, does trauma-informed come back? No. Then we have to vote.
And then we have to vote. That's when we'll vote.
To divide?
Well, yes, we can vote to divide or.
Or on
Yeah,
the whole thing?
yep.
Got it. Thank you. That's
Thank
helpful.
you. Let's go ahead and vote then. Again, we are voting just on III, replacing trauma-informed practices with practices accounting for students' individual experience and needs. And let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton's motion, which is to strike trauma-informed practices and replace restorative with accountability. This is where I will move to divide. Can I have a second? Yes. Thank you. Second. Okay. Is there any objection to dividing? Okay. Let's tackle the III first. The motion is to strike trauma-informed practices and. Let's vote.
Wait, to strike?
Oh, to strike it.
Didn't we just vote on that? No, we voted.
Voting is open, board members. This is to strike III. All right, so that motion fails 7-7. Those in favor being Vice Chair Hart, Member Kelly, Member Green, Member Hall, Member Brinton, Member Earl, Member Bogus. So that brings us to our next motion, which is to replace restorative with accountability, so it will read accountability practices rather than restorative practices. And we are ready to vote. That passes 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those being Member Reel and Member Lear. Okay. This brings us to our underlying motion that the board approve R277-304 Teacher Preparation Programs Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. Thank you. That passes 9 in favor, 5 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Green, Member Hart, Member Brenton, Member Earl, and Member Bogus. Okay. Board members, we are on to, again, we're jumping around. We are on to agenda item 12, the consent calendar. So I would entertain any motions for the consent. Vice Chair Hart.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar.
Oh, wait, you didn't ask if we could pull from it.
I did.
Well, you can do it now.
Member Bogus.
I apologize. Member Kelly distracted me. It's all his fault.
My bad.
I would like to pull the minutes from the consent calendar, and there was one other thing in there, sir. No, that's it. Sorry, I apologize. I thought there was another thing in there.
Okay, the minutes are pulled. So if the minutes are pulled, then we are approving the remainder. Is that would be Member Hart's motion then? So the motion then is to approve the consent calendar, subtract the minutes. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 12 to 2, 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those being Member Bollinger and Member Bogus. We have any other motions?
Are we looking to adjourn?
No, well, there's some minutes that have been pulled. Somebody could approve. If you'd like, Member Bogus.
Sir, I'd be happy to move to approve the minutes.
Second.
We have a second there. Okay, motion is to approve the minutes. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously with Member Carey absent. That brings us to agenda item 13, executive session. So we are seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
So moved.
Second? I'll second. Okay, let's go to a voice vote. Member Bogus?
Yes, sir.
Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Brenton?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Matt Hymas is a yes. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Member Carey, is you back with us? Okay. Member Lear? Member Reel? Member Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. We'll break for a few minutes while this gets set up. Thank you. Seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
I move that we come out of executive session.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Oh, actually, I got to do a roll call vote. I just asked about that, and then I ignored it anyway. I'm sorry, Kelsey. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus? I don't know if we're going to be fast enough because we're having some, so just speak loudly. Member Bogus is a yes, and I'll just reiterate what you said. Member Bollinger? Yes. Is a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Is a yes, he got it. Member Brinton? Yes. Is a yes. Member Davis? Yes. Is a yes. Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green? Yes. Is a yes. Member Hall? Is a yes. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Matt Hymas is a yes. Member Kelly? Yes. Is a yes. Member Carey, is he with us? Okay. Member Lear? Yes. Is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Is a yes. And Vice Chair Wood? Yes. Is a yes. Perfect. Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar.
Second.
I'll second that.
I don't even know what the motion is.
The motion, sir, is that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar. I need one more. Hit that. Okay, that passes unanimously. Member Bogus, before you move forward, keep track of where you are. I neglected to take care of personnel before we went into this motion thread. So I'm going to turn time over to myself, to somebody. Okay, somebody needs to make a motion. Member Vice Chair Hart?
I move that,
I don't even know
I move that we confirm Dr. Leah Voorhees as the Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement.
We've got a motion and a second.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
Please.
Deputy Voorhees, Dr. Voorhees has stepped into a role for which she is a natural, and it is with much happiness and excitement that I make this motion, and welcome to the team.
Yeah, don't clap yet. We haven't voted. So let. I know.
I know. It's late.
So the motion before the board then is that the board confirm the appointment of Dr. Leah Voorhees as Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. Please vote. There we go. Okay, that passes with a vote of 11 in favor, 2 abstentions, 1 no vote. The abstentions being Member Brinton and Member Green, the no vote being from Member Bogus. Okay.
Welcome to the team.
Now, yes.
Now do that.
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve UPAC recommendation for case number 23-2022.
I second that.
The motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 232022. Let's vote. Okay, that passes. 13 in favor, 1 in opposition. That 1 no vote being from Member Earl. Member Bogus. The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC recommendation for case number 23-2038. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 23-2044.
I'll second that.
The motion is that
With regard to case number 24-2066.
It's been seconded. It's been stated. Let's vote. We're getting a lot of feedback on this approves situation here. I don't really care, so I'm going to say either. Okay, we'll have that debate later. One more vote on this one? Looking for one more?
Is my vote singular or plural? At this
That passes unanimously.
I hope it's singular.
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Moving 2 line items down, I move that the board approve UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2086.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2086. Let's vote.
I am so sorry.
That passes unanimously.
Diligently focused on
Member
my
Bogus.
responsibilities, Chair.
Second.
I move that the board adopt the remand order for case number 24-2091.
Second.
The motion is that the board approve UPAC recommendation for case, adopt the remand order. The motion before the board is that the board adopt the remand order for UPAC, adopt the remand order.
For case number
For case number 240-2091.
Well done, sir.
That passes 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those in opposition being Member Reel and Member Lear. Member Bogus.
So for clarity, sir, we're turning the page. And I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2111.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation of case number.
I'm giving Kara.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No. 2111, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me restate. That the board approve UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2111. Let's vote. That passes 11 in favor, 3 in opposition, those being Member Brenton, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 24-2120.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC recommendation, case number 24-2120. Let's vote. There we go, we got it. Okay, that passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 24-2133.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2133. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board accept the recommendation of, or approve rather, the recommendation of UPAC in case number 24-2166.
Second.
Motion before the board is that the board approve UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2166. Let's vote. There we go. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint Camille Cole to the Digital Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee as a representative of a school district with expertise in digital teaching and learning.
Second.
Okay, the motion is that the board appoints Camille Cole to the Digital Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee as a representative of a school district with expertise in digital teaching and learning. Let's vote. That passes with 11 in favor, 3 abstentions. The abstentions coming from Member Bollinger, Member Bogus, and Member Kelly. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint Brandon Johnson to serve on the Charter School Revolving Loan Committee.
Second.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board appoints Brandon Johnson to serve on the Charter School Revolving Loan Committee. Let's vote.
I did push it.
Okay, that passes unanimously. That covers all of our, Member Bogus, does that conclude?
My business is concluded. If you're seeking a final motion, I'm happy to make it.
Well, let's just take a second here. We've got a board chair's report. This is
that is
agenda item 15. My report is, well, I just want to say thanks to the board. It has been a crazy legislative session. And I appreciate all of the work that has gone forth with visiting with legislators, visiting with organizational leaders, and visiting amongst yourselves to get hopefully some good work done that will come through either today or tomorrow, or has already come through. I don't know. But I know that we all have different interests. I know that we have different things going on. And as we work towards a greater goal, I hope that we are aware of our surroundings. And I know that you guys are. It's not a hope. I know that you guys are aware of not only your surroundings and those that you represent, but we really do as a body represent the entire state. And so I hope obviously we keep that in mind as we continue on the work even beyond the legislative session. So that's not much of a report, but that's what you get. Now, with that, we'll move to agenda item 16, which is board member comments. So if there are any comments that a board member would like to make. Okay, we're going to go Member Lear was first, and then we've got Member Bogus.
I would just like to request from board leadership that you keep us, or the not exactly leadership, but the committee that's doing the superintendent search, that you would keep board members updated on a regular basis even if you think you have nothing to report. But for instance, I don't know the exact deadline for the application. And it would be helpful every week maybe to say we're still receiving applications or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I would just ask this board and the public at large to really consider the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. We can't throw it out there and scream and yell when we disagree with an administration and disregard it completely when we agree with an administration. And I have found that it seems that we do that. And we need to be consistent in our application of how we advocate for and against that, as well as how we engage with policymaking, considering the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. So I'm just putting that out there for all of us to think about so that we're clear and consistent in our principles and our policymaking. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, I'd entertain a final motion. Move to adjourn. Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We're adjourned.